Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone at FIDE Grand Prix 2022 at the semi-finals, and we are happy to be here. Your host, Grandmaster Benjamin Bock, and myself, Woman Grandmaster Tsatsalashvili. So Benjamin, we had a day off yesterday as we had no tie breaks, but we had really nice round 6, and let's very quickly take a look at the recap and once again talk how we got in this at this stage.
Yeah, so we indeed had a rest day yesterday because, as you said, all the players, they won their groups outright. But the last one was an absolute roller coaster, especially in Andrekin's game. He was completely lost before the time control, but Bakro made some terrible blunders, which allowed Andrekin to win the game. And that was especially really tough for Sam Shankland to watch, because if Andrekin had not won that game, then he would have played a tiebreak. Anish Giri, he was really solid against Nikita Vijagov. He was playing with the black piece, so a draw was enough, and Anish did not get into any trouble whatsoever. And Maxime Bachet-Legraf, he had a very complicated game against Shokhar Mamacharov, but he found that amazing continuation that forced a draw. So, Katie, maybe you can talk a little bit about the final standings in the group stage.
Yeah, and this right now we can see all the screen, all the players that we had. That's how we started the tournament with 16 players. But as you can see, Andrekin got out from Group A, Giri got out from Group B, Robert from Group C, and MWL from Group D. Rest of the players had to leave the event either for good this year, or they can come back in Berlin. So today's matches are Andrekin against Giri and Robert against MWL. So we do have the winner of Group A facing winner of the Group B, and Group C against Group D. So Benjamin, what's the format of the tournament itself?
Yeah, so the format is that 3 tournaments has with 16 players divided into 4 groups of 4 players each. Then each group plays a double round robin, so 6 games in total, and the group winners advance to the KO stage of 2-game matches, and whoever gets the most points qualifies for the FIDE Grand Prix at the end.
For more information, you can go to go.chess.com/FIDEGP 2022 and find out all the details about the tournament. I know many of our viewers had a lot of questions about the format and also about the players, how many tournaments they have to play and why they have to play this leg and not let. All this information is together at that page, so go there. But don't forget to go and vote right now. So today's game is going to start in a few minutes. So go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the result. Voting ends in after 10 moves, so don't miss that out. You don't have much of the time, as the players usually are blitzing out the openings. So Benjamin, I'm looking forward so much for these semifinals. Out of these 4 players, two of them will be very happy in the end of the second leg of the Grand Prix. And we're now going to very, very short break and we'll be back right before the first moves. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 Leg 2, and we already are into the semifinals. But it was a long way to get in here, 6 rounds and 16 players. We had also a lot of draws. Let's once again bring the cruise table at the screen and check out what happened in the previous week and who was the lucky one and who was the unlucky in this event, Benjamin?
Yeah, I went through it real quick just before the round, but yeah, of course, the game between Andrakin and Bakro was crucial for Group A, because had it been a draw, then Andrakin would have had to play a tiebreak against Sam Shangland. Had Bakro won that game, in which he was completely winning, then Bakro would have played against Sam Shangland. Then, yeah, in Group C, Rapport wins by a full point margin. We can see, if we take a very close look, that he really won a group in the direct encounters against Vidit Gujarati. He won with the white pieces, and then later on with the black pieces. And Vidit was just not able to come back from that. And in Group D, MVL finally won, but it could have been close, as Yu Yangyi, he still had a chance in the last round, but unfortunately he was not able to win that game. So yeah, Keddy, what else really stood out in the group stage?
Oh yeah, I was thinking which player was more heartbroken at this round. It was Sam Shankland, who was obviously watching this game of Bakro and Andrakin, where Evil Bargo was going up and down after every move. Or was it Gujarati who was quite disappointed in just few minutes after the start of the game, as Rapport and Deshurov, they ended in a draw really, really early of the round, and actually the position was quite drawish from very, very beginning, and very likely Vidit was looking also at this game, and he would probably be very, very disappointed. However, Vitugov was in, I think, the best situation over of these players, as he was playing directly against his opponent Giri, and it was all his hands. He tried so hard. He made some novelties there too, all in the openings, but it's so hard to surprise Giri in any of the opening, and Giri found the clearest way to get out from this group. But Group D was really also very interesting, and was kind of very similar to Group A, right? Like MVL ended the game against Shahrir Mamadiro. There was a one crazy game, but it was not over for him either. He was also looking the game of Pretke and Yu Yangyi, and here we have the finals, four who now are competing against each other. And Benjamin, we do have a first news at the board that is lovely. They just started on time. I can see it's 3 p.m. Central European time, and we already have a Sicilian defense in the game of Anish Giri and Dmitry Andrakin.
Yeah, so Andrakin playing the Sicilian defense. To be honest, I'm a little bit surprised. I would think that Andrakin would play a bit more solid with the move e5, but Anish has been proven to be a great expert in the Italian opening. He's won some great games in the group stage against Amita Batabaya and Nikita Vijigov. So perhaps that's why Andrakin does not want to go into any of that, and he chose the Sicilian defense. So here the main move for white is the move d4, which leads to the open Sicilian. There's also moves like c3, leading to a bit of a sideline in the Alpin, because black has already committed to the move e6. White also has options of moves like g3 and b3. But I guess c3 or d4 are the two moves that Anish is considering here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and shall we take very quickly the bird's eye view and take a look what happens into the other games if they have already started? And we do have this Greenfield defense. So MVL went to his beloved Greenfield defense with the black pieces. That should not be a surprise for Richard Roberts.
No, for sure. Yeah, MVL he has played the Greenfield defense ever since he more or less started playing chess, I would say. It was quite surprising. He did employ a different opening in the last round of the group stage against Shahryar Mamedyarov. Perhaps he felt like it would be too risky to play the Greenfield there, as he would be facing like 2 weeks of preparation, right? Because they were in the same group, so Mamedyarov could prepare, for a long time. But on the other hand, Rapport could not expect before the tournament that he would play MVL in the semifinals. But yeah, we see a Rapport choosing the same line that Yu Yang-yi chose against MVL in the group stage. So I'm very curious to see who will be the first one to deviate in that game.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Both games started really nicely. And Benjamin, I can bring up some statistics between these four players. In the match of Richard Rapport and MVL, MVL leads the match with 3 victories, and Richard has not scored any victory in the classical chess. However, they have made 5 draws, and in the Rapid and Blitz time control, MVL is leading as well, but they have made more draws in that time control. So at this point, it is also very important to know which player feels more comfortable to go to the playoffs, as then we in case if they make 2 draws, then we're gonna have a playoffs, and that's gonna be a rapid control over, and can be also blitz control. So according to the statistics, MVL is a clear leader in this group. However, we have seen Richard playing so nicely this event. I think he's in a very good shape, and being in a good shape is also very important.
Yeah, for sure. So we see Anish playing this move b3, which is a little bit expected to my eyes. I would expect him to play a more principled with a move d4. And now Andrakin is thinking there's a lot of options here for both white and black. I think after b3, one of the main moves is knight c6. a6 is always an option, knight f6, d6 as well, so also d5. So we'll see what Andrakin will come up with. We see that Anish took 1 or 2 minutes for this move, and Andrakin is now taking a little bit of time as well. So perhaps we can have a very quick look at the game between Richard Rapport and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to see what has happened there in the opening stage.
Right. In the Greenfield defense, as now Richard Rapport develops his knights on e2. Yeah, we can go there.
Right. So as you mentioned, it did start off as a Grunfeld, and with the main variation where white trades on d5 and goes e4. So white grabs a big center, and then this line bishop c4. As we mentioned before, this was the line. This was the line that Yu Yang-yi chose against MVL on the group stage. So c5, knight e2, castles, bishop e3, knight c6, and here in the group stage, Yu Yang-yi castled, and MVL played this move b6, and he seemed to be doing more or less fine. But Richard goes for a completely different approach. He plays this move rook to c1, so he's delaying castles for now. But this does give black the additional option of trading on d4, giving a check on a5. Here, white usually plays king to f1, which looks a little bit odd. But if black, I think the main move here is queen a3. Here, white usually continues with h4 and wants to go for a big attack with h5. And it always becomes very, very sharp. So we'll see how well MVL is prepared against this line. We see that Richard still has 1:33 on the clock, and MVL already taking a couple minutes here in the opening caddy. What does that tell us about MVL's preparation?
For sure, he knows here a lot of theory, and he's trying now to choose the one that he feels the most comfortable. I believe that MVL's goal today is to make it a little bit easy rather than to go to sharp lines, and draw with the black pieces would be not so bad for him, as he's gonna have white tomorrow. And also speaking the fact that he has better statistics in the blitz, rapid and blitz as well, he would also feel comfortable to get in there rather than to put everything now, all the energy in the first game. And also sometimes we kind of have this kind of thoughts when our opponent plays fast, like, okay, what he prepared for me, and he wants to think to go against Richard Rapport, I believe, and that's why he's taking a little bit more time that he usually takes. And Benjamin, I wanted to mention about this 92. As in Greenfield, very often this knight is on f3, and white develops the knight over there. Myself, I also like to develop the knight there, but very often I am under bishop g4, c takes d4 moves, and if I don't make a correct move order, I might end up in losing the pawn on d4. Even though that there are lots of pieces guarding this pawn, there is some line, then you just don't feel comfortable to guard this pawn, and you just gave up this pawn and play this position without the pawn. So knight a2 is a very good source if for our viewers, if they don't know the full theory here, and they are also in this situation when they are losing the pawn on d4, they can go for knight a2. And now in this same lines, if black tries to develop the bishop on g4 and pin the knight, you always have this additional move f3, unpin the knight and the queen, and stay strong in the center, keep this pawn alive in the center and not lose it.
Yeah, you make a very good point. That's indeed why the knight is developed to e2, to make sure the bishop on g4, the bishop g4 pin is not very effective. And this line, I think, was really popularized in the World Chess Championship match between Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov in 1987. I believe they had a lot of interesting battles. I think in that match, white went for castles, which has always been the main move. And Kasparov chose to move bishop g4 and then f3, knight a5. And here, white can do two things. So after knight a5, the bishop is under attack. So white can do two things. White can go for this desperado, sacrificing the bishop on f7 and then taking on g4. And white is up a pawn here, but black has quite a bit of compensation. So this is one way of playing for white. Another way of playing for white is to move bishop d3. After bishop d3, black generally trades on d3 and goes for bishop e6, trying to play on the c4 square. But I think here this move was really popularized by Vesel and Tobolov in the early or mid 2000s. He came up with this move d5. So white sacrificed the exchange in the corner. However, look at this black king. Like now it has a bunch of weaknesses around it. But white is also threatening to go bishop h6. So these are all the old main lines. The players have found new lines these days. As we mentioned, against Yu Yang-Yi, MVL played this move pawn to b6. And here we see Richard deviating even earlier with the move rook to c1. So I'm very curious to see how this one will proceed. I always thought that black generally should trade on d4 and go queen a5, but that does get quite sharp. And given the fact that Richard still has 133 on the clock, that signals that he's in his preparation. I guess a move like b6 here, which is what MVL played after Yu Yang-Yi castled, is probably less effective. And maybe white can just go for it once again with this move h4, which is really the main point behind the lane castling.
Mm. Yeah, this h4 and then potential attack on the king side becomes such a popular lately. And also this pawn move h4 became quite popular and was introduced more deeply by Lila Chess Zero, and then people also started to like it, and nowadays we have this kind of moves in many positions, and in fact it's quite dangerous. You don't know how to react with that, or just ignore it, or allow the opponent to get this pawn as far as possible. So it also consumes some time. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. We might have here h4 in kingside attack. I wonder what's Richard's idea here. He wants to fight and get a point with white pieces, or he will just go a calm position and just follow the flow. That's very interesting. Let's once again take a look bird's eye view and see the updates in the other game too. Now we can see that both players decided to flank the bishops on b file, and black also went for b6 and bishop b7.
Right, yeah, so perhaps we can go to the game between Anish Giri and Dmitry Andregan, because it looks very interesting. I don't think I've seen this position much before. And it's nice that at least we have something fresh. You know, the players are playing very original, very creative. And so let's have a look at what has happened. So after the move b3 by Anish, Andrejkin played the move b6. Anish played bishop to b2, bishop b7, and here knight to c3. So he's defending the pawn on e4. Black could maybe just go knight f6 to hit this pawn on e4, and here white has to make a decision. Like, what does he do, right? Does he go e5 or defend this pawn somehow with d3, maybe bishop d3 or queen e2? Queen e2, it looks very weird, right? You block your own bishop. However, white can now go for queenside castles, maybe d4 in the center. And once again, I kind of like the position in the sense that it looks very original. And actually, as we speak, the move knight f6 by Andrejkin has just been played. The fact that Anish still has 1 hour and 29 minutes on the clock. Do you think he has still looked at this?
I think about this opening choice of Anish Giri is pretty much based against Andrejkin's choice of the opening Sicilian. And there was the first game over after the interview, Andrejkin said that because of his flights, that he had a lot of flights that day and it was not planned, he decided to go in Sicilian, and he felt that it was less theory there and less to remember there. So in that case, b3 is not the main line. So this is something unexpected, and I think that Anish took the time to just go around his preparation and make him uncomfortable in his Sicilian, where he feels that it's not much theory over there to remember and recall. But however, b6 is one of the main response there and has been played the most of the games. And this is one of the sideline, because the main line is knight c6 instead of knight f6, not to allow white to push e5, which was very fast played by Anish. Yeah, first you play knight c6, and then you delay a little bit of your kingside knight development and wait white's bishop also were to develop, but however knight was on f6 played, and e5 is the main move there. Knight e4 has been also played, and here white has a choice to take the knight on e4 or to develop the bishop on b3 and attack the knight. So those two options are interesting here. In case if here Anish takes the knight on e4, black will take this with a bishop, and there in this line there is an option to fianchetto another bishop, bishop g3 and bishop g2, and fight against this diagonal. And you know, if there is some traits of these bishops, black will be really weak on this diagonal, and white can then open up the center with d4, try to connect the rooks on d file, and look after for this pawn on d7.
Indeed, yeah, no, I really like that plan with g3, because as you mentioned, white can get a lot of pressure along the d file. Also, it's not that easy for black to develop. Like, let's say black goes bishop e7, we go bishop g2, and if black plays something like knight c6, then here we can always go for d3. And where do you go with the bishop, right? I mean, trading on f3 is not ideal because white just gets the bishop pair. If you go bishop g6, as you mentioned, then we have full control over this diagonal. And if you go bishop d5, then white just plays someone like c4 and forces black to give up this bishop. Anyway, so yeah, very interesting position. Now we see Anish taking a bit of a thing. So I guess he is out of his preparation here, or he just knows, as you mentioned, that he has a lot of options. As you mentioned, I think you said he could play bishop d3, trade on e4, or perhaps there's also many other moves.
Yeah, there is another line, very interesting line as well, Benjamin. So after knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, white can go queen e2. This looks a little bit unnatural move as you delay your light square bishop development, but you attack the bishop, you use this tempo, and when bishop withdraws back on b7, now you go crazy with long castle. And you're not developing kingside first. After bishop e7, you want to push d4, and you want to just took the control in the center. Your king on c1 is safe. You can play king b1 next move, and then after open up the center, then you can try to go with f4. You can try to go somewhere like h4, h5, rook h3, and rook transfer to this third rank. So this is also a very interesting setup.
Yeah, no, that's also a very nice idea that you just mentioned. Just to point out real quick, after queen e2, white does not blunder the pawn on c2, because if black takes, we go pawn at d3, attack the bishop, and the bishop on c2 is trapped. So here white wins. Let's see what Anish is going to come up with. I think he has plenty of interesting options. And yeah, I think that the resulting positions offer chances for both sides. So I think we'll see here a very fun and interesting game for sure. I think Anish is definitely going to try to win the match in classical, because he's definitely a bigger favorite, I would say, in classical than in rapid and blitz. Dmitry Andreikin, he's going to be a very strong player, especially in the tiebreaks. In the 2013 World Cup, he made it all the way to the finals by winning a lot of his matches in the tiebreaks. I mean, he even defeated Vladimir Kramnik, amongst many others, on his way there. Or was it? No, I think he lost the final to Kramnik, but he beat Kramnik in 2015 in the tie break, that I think. But anyway, at least he's beaten many strong players. So
yeah. Very heartbreaking. A tweet was posted by Sam Shankland, who was one of the leaders in the Group A, and now we have only one player, and that's Andreikin. And let's read it out, the tweet. And this is really heartbreaking to feel how Sam. Was the same situation right now, and his tweet is, there is not much more frustration than needing win or draw for a playoff, and watching -6 go into -2, then to 0, and then to +20 on move 37 -40 even. So this is the game evaluation in the match of Bakro and Andreikin. So this happened in round 6, and he just describes this by these numbers, which is incredible for any chess game to have -40 or +20. This is huge evaluation. It's I don't know, it's winning, losing is just too much evaluation indeed. But in the end, he congratulates Andreikin for the getting out of the playoff stage and goes to the semifinals. And he says that I have to respect his fighting spirit in the final round. I wish I could have gotten a more playable positions today. And that's also another heartbreaking fact, that he had such a dry position against Grishuk that he had not much to fight, right?
Yeah, no, it was a tough situation for Sam. Playing with the black piece against Alexander Grishuk, it's not easy to win that game. And then his main hopes was just hoping that Dmitry Andreikin would not win that game with the white piece, and it was not looking that was going to be the case, because as you mentioned, he was completely lost before the time control. But the position, however, was very complicated. But of course, nobody expected HM Bakro to blunder like that. However, it did happen, and that's why Dmitry Andreikin is playing the semifinal match against Anish Giri. So for both players, actually, this is their first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix. So it's a very crucial matchup because there's a lot of points at stake. Anish Giri, of course, one of the favorites to eventually qualify for the candidates tournament. So we'll see how he will do here, whether he can go all the way in this leg. And then Anish is also playing in the third leg, which is going to be very, very exciting, because Hikaru will also be playing in that one, Levon Aronian. So the two players who did very well in the very first leg of the Grand Prix in Berlin. So I think everyone is going to, pull out their calculators, try to figure out what score every player needs. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
you just have to play a good chess, right?
Indeed, and things are happening. Things are happening. We have seen so much ups and downs, and yeah, that's the chess. That's why it is still very interesting for many of us to compete in this sport. Even though there's a lot of questions if chess will lose its interest as the now chess engines are getting more and more into our lives. But yeah, it's very simple answer. It's still very interesting for all the chess players and fans to watch this game. We have some updates in the other game. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view and check out what happened in there.
Yeah, so we see the game between Richard Rapport and Maxime Verschillengraaf. So we discussed this shortly, how training on d4 and queen a5 seemed to be the best continuation for black, and we expected Rapport to go king to f1. However, he's chosen his move rook to c3, which looks a little bit odd because now he creates this pin for himself. A move like bishop g4 comes to mind, right, to put pressure on this knight, which is defending the rook and also the pawn on d4. However, as you mentioned earlier, white always has this move f3 to get rid of the pin. Perhaps what MVL could also do in the current position is go for something like rook to d8, which is actually a very tricky move. Because let's say white goes h4 here, right, to go for this kingside attack. h4 would actually be a blunder because black can now go knight takes d4, right? We notice this knight has to keep defending the rook, so you cannot take with the knight. And if you take with the bishop, then black is also going to take with his bishop. And now white's in a tough spot. I mean, now you only defend with your, if you take with the queen, then you lose the queen, and actually the same problem remains. And if you take with your knight, then you lose the rook, and your entire position is just collapsing. So I would think if black goes rook to d8, white has to play a move like queen to d2 to defend this rook on c3. I'm curious as to how MVL will continue in this position. I mean, especially the bishop on c8, where do you think it should go, right? Because going to g4, there's always f3. And if you go to e6, then white's just going to trade, right? So where do you think he should develop that bishop?
Yeah, it can be developed after b5 to attack this bishop by tempo, kick this bishop somewhere else, and then try to develop this bishop on b7 and then have this bishop here. There was one game played here, Benjamin. It's funny situation here, and I'll bring it really quickly. So after knight a5, as you mentioned, king f1 is the main move and it has played hundreds of times. But rook c1 has been played only twice, at least in the base I have right now. And in one of the games, it was a queen a3 pre-move. Very likely was in a blitz game. Queen f3 was played, and funny enough, white also pre-moved the next move at castle. That castle queen e2, I think. So black was, yeah, king f1. King f1 was pre-moved the next move, and then black moved the queen back on d6. So that was one funny game has been played in the blitz. So jokes aside, queen a3 is a horrible blunder, but rook d8 seems to be the natural move, and queen d2 is the move that you can guard the pawn. Otherwise, you can't guard the pawn on d4, as the rook will be hanging. And after queen d2, I can see that black went for first e6. First e6, not to blunder, bishop f7 check, and then after e6 and castle there is p5, and that's the way how black can develop the light square bishop.
Okay, nice. Yeah, yeah, that all makes a lot of sense. Yeah, to me, a rook to d8 looks most natural, and I would say this is one of the main reasons. Like growing up, I also played the Grunfeld a lot, but this is really one of the main reasons why I stopped playing it as much, is that white has so many tricky lines against Grunfeld, right? As you mentioned, if we go back to the beginning, this line on bishop c4 is very tricky for black. There's lines with knight f3, c5. There's a move rook b1 here that white can play. White can also go bishop e3. I think h3 is a move here. Bishop e5 is a move. So white has a lot of lines in sort of the the main line of the Grunfeld, where white grabs the big center. But also, if we go back to this line here, white also has a bunch of options like knight f3 is a move, bishop f4, bishop g5, lines with queen b3. There's even stuff with h4 these days.
You can also take on d5 and go to g3. That I decided to do that with my coach as I was blundering a lot of pawns on d4. My coach was like, okay, let's go other way and avoid this kind of blunders. Here, black can easily find a way how to get out of all the problems, but still you need to know the precise lines after g3 too, as white can develop this bishop on g2 and then try to control the center later on.
Indeed, yeah. But as we saw, so report went for this line, and yeah, to be honest, I have not seen this move rook to c3 before, and it also seems to be taking MVL by surprise. I think rook d8 looks like the most natural move here. You want to put pressure on white center. I guess white has to play queen. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. Instead of rook d8, he played e5. That's the move we have right now on the board, and that move is not really loved by the our engine on this side because it goes all the way up and gives white a slightly better position. What can be the reason of that?
Yeah, so let's have a look. So MVL goes pawn e5. Taking on e5 does not seem to be a good idea because black can take with the bishop and white already loses the exchange. So that's not something white should do. I also don't think white can ignore the tension in the center, because if you lose, if you castle, black's gonna take here, hit the rook, hit the bishop, and white's in a lot of trouble. So I guess white's only option is the move d5, hitting this knight. And now black has to, I guess, go to d4 with the knight, which you cannot take, because if you take with the knight, then once again, this knight was busy defending this rook. So you lose your rook over here, and with that, you pretty much lose the game. And if you take with the bishop, then black is also going to take with the pawn. And once again, if you take with the knight, you lose your rook, and you lose the game. So I guess after knight at d4, white has to defend this rook on c3 somehow, because black is hitting this knight on e2, which is defending that rook. So it probably has to make a move like queen at d2, after which the position is pretty interesting. Like white has this protected passer on d5, so I think if white can consolidate the position, he should be better. However, black has some activity in the center with this this knight over here, and d5 has just been played by Report. So do you think Report is still in his preparation?
Oh, absolutely, he's in his preparation. Look at the time situation. He's playing on the time increment. He has 1 hour and 32 minutes, and seems like he was also ready for this kind of response here. I took very quickly a look what can happen here, and why knight d4 is the only move which keeps the position together. For instance, if you play a move like knight e7, which looks like an option here, this after bishop g5, knight will have a problem, as knight cannot move anywhere. You can play f6 because it opens the diagonal, and d6 wins right away. There's a check, and the knight and the rook will be hanging in the end. So this makes black to play only move there rook e8 to guard the knight, but this is not the best option, as now d6 comes with a threat. Knight is under attack. Then when you move your knight away, then d7 is a baby fork, as we call that move, and the bishop and the rook will be hanging. So knight e7 loses a game, and for this reason we already have knight on d4, and after knight d4, bishop d2 seems to be a very strong move to also create some sort of rook d3 or rook somewhere else, just to discover a threat to the queen.
All right, yeah. So yeah, I never heard that term before. Actually, baby fork. It sounds really cute. But yeah, this game is going to be very interesting for sure, and MVL will definitely be under some pressure because he's facing Report's home preparation. I'm curious to see as to how deeply Report has prepared this. We will find out shortly, but before that, we are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with the semifinals from the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
The chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for top 100 players, top 10 women, top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize in the finals in late August. Never a boring Saturday morning anymore. Make sure to tune into the Rapid Chess Championship. But before that, we do have two games now in progress. They have just started the game in these two games, and here we have the semi-finals of the FIDE Grand Prix Leg 2, and these games are very important for these four players as they are fighting for the most of the Grand Prix points and also the prizes here at this tournament. So Benjamin, while we were on a break, we do have an update in the game of Anish Giri and Andrekin. We don't have much of the updates in the other game of Richard Rapport and MBL. Seems like Richard was not expecting 94 yet. And he's taken some of his time. So why don't we jump in the game of Anish Giri and take a look here what is happening?
Yeah, so we left off after Andrekin played the move knight e4. Anish traded on e4, and apparently he's listening to you because he's following your suggestion, queen e2, hitting the bishop. Now, once again, black cannot take the pawn on c2 because there's pawn at d3, and the bishop is trapped. So Andrekin dropped the bishop back to b7. Here, Anish played h4, which looks like a little bit of a surprise, at least to me. And after knight c6, he played the move h5. I mean, I thought, to be honest, he was just going to castle and play for d4. I don't really see a reason why not. Because, okay, h5, it's possible. But the question is, what does it really do, right? Does he want to go h6? I don't really think black has to be too concerned about that. If black could play the move h6 to just stop that. But let's say Andrekin just plays something like queen c7, right? How exactly is he going to continue? So I would have preferred just a straightforward castle and d4. But let's see. I think this game is going to become really interesting, and really anything can happen in this one.
I agree with that. Seems like the new something new in this line here, as h4 has not been played before. We earlier mentioned about this long castle, and then white surely plays first in the center, black castles, and then still white is keeping the eye on in the center, but he tries now to get more space advantage on the king side, and I believe he's going to castle on the long side anyway, but first he wants to bring a surprise for his opponent, because this moves like h4 and h5 is just very unpleasant when your opponent plays against you, and we just don't like it. We don't like moves like h4 or g4. It's just too aggressive, and somehow you're going in the defenders positions already, and your mindset is going against like, okay, how to avoid his threats. But yeah, that's very interesting. What is his goal here? How far this pawn should go? And we're gonna see that very soon, as after h5 now black has to make a decision to stop it with h6 or just to ignore and to go with queen c7. And black can also try to long castle, because Benjamin, I would be really, really afraid if I were Andrekin to castle on the short side. That's too dangerous.
Yeah, no, I think castling on the short side is too dangerous indeed, because white is already making a lot of progress on that side of the board. I think black king sits perfectly safe on the queen side. Just to illustrate, I think if black goes for someone like king side castle, I mean, there's many things white can do. But one thing that comes to mind is maybe something like queen e4 and a very quick bishop d3, threatening checkmate here, which would actually be extremely difficult to deal with, because if you go f5, we take en passant, and the same problem still remains. And if you go g6, well, this pawn is already on h5, so after takes, white should just be crushing through here one way or another. So I think castling kingside is always way too dangerous. And I think he should go for queen side castle. So Whether that is what h6 included or not, that is a difficult question to answer. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the move h6. It also stops white from ever jumping with knight at g5. I mean, let's say we go queen c7, white castles and black castles. This move is always kind of annoying to deal with. I guess how are you gonna protect the pawn on f7? So we'll see what Andrekin will do here, but I guess he must realize that he will probably also get his fair share of chances in this game.
Benjamin, can I show you a very funny line here?
Yeah.
So White started to king side attack, right? Obviously, he wants to go on the long side with the king and castle on the long side. So Black says, all right, if you attack me on the king side, I will do the same to you on the queen side, and goes with a5. And you really need to be very brave to castle here as a4 and a takes b3 comes right away. So the natural answer is a4 here to stop this pawn coming forward and just block everything. Black can push the pawns forward. So now is move knight b4 and black threatens knight c2 fork. So white goes long castle and is guards the pawn on c2, and also this side is just blocked, so black cannot do anything. But look at this, b5 goes anyway, and as pawn is hanging two ways, queen can take or pawn can take. If pawn takes, then a4 straightforward move, and it opens the a file, and that's really dangerous attack on the queen side. White don't want to fall for it. So how about queen takes b5 to take a free pawn there? And after this, you're gonna see the bar goes all the way down, as the queen will be simply trapped after bishop a6.
Oh, that's a very nice line. That's a very nice line. And it's actually not easy for white to deal with at all. I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, if black goes pawn a5, you don't really want to allow a4. And then after knight b4, I mean, I guess white would have to make another move here, like pawn at d3. But actually, if white goes d3 here, would be actually a good moment for black to take an f3, because you cannot take with the queen because you hang c2. So it has to take with the pawn, and now your pawn structure is damaged. So I really like this line, and as you mentioned, it sets a very nice trap, because queenside castles, which looks like such a natural move, is a blunder due to b5, and black gets a very strong attack on the queen side. In the meantime, the center is still closed. White is not really crashing through on the king side. So I really like this idea. So it makes me wonder what white should do here. I mean, maybe pawn at d3. You can go rook c1, but then the question becomes, okay, where are you going to castle now, right? I mean, you've played the move rook c1, so you cannot go queenside castles. You also don't want to sit in the center forever. And since you played the move h5, that also takes the appeal out of going kingside castle. So I really like the line that you just suggested, and I'm curious to see whether Andrekin will go for it, because after a5, I don't really see another good way of dealing with this move, because a4 will be quite annoying for white. I mean, a3 doesn't really help anything because we have this pawn on c5. But as we speak, Andrekin has just played the move knight to b4. He's hitting the pawn on c2, and now if you go queenside castles, you hang the pawn on a2. So the question is, how should Anish deal with this threat towards pawn on c2?
Yeah, that's a very nice move by Andrik, and he felt that this move h4 h5 was too early to push on the king side, and it was time to punish that white for that. So knight b4 looks for a straight forward move, and Anish goes with d3. He plays this rather fast.
All right, so yeah, so d3 on the board. Perhaps d4 was also possible, but he wants to play it a bit more conservatively. Now Andrekin has the option of trading on f4. However, I'm not quite sure if this is a good option, because it does give up quite a lot of the light squares. Well, I can play f4, bishop g2, put a lot of pressure there. Then maybe eventually go a3. Let's make a couple moves actually. Let's say black goes bishop e7. We can go f4. Then let's say black goes here. We can go bishop g2, hitting the rook. And let's say the rook moves over somewhere like here. Then white can always start playing sooner or later for the move f5. So let's say we go a3, we hit the knight. the knight jumps back, and now maybe queen g4 followed by f5. And I kind of like white's initiative here with the two bishops. So I think trading on f3 would be a mistake. But maybe what Untricking can do is go for the move a5, the move that you suggested earlier, to try to break with the move a4. And if white goes a3, now we can go back to d5 or to c6. Both options look quite interesting. But I really like the fact that this game is so original from so early on, right?
It is, and it has a lot of traps and a lot of ideas. And I also enjoy it. I think I found the reason why Giri went h4, h5 right away. So after knight b4 in d3 here, this bishop f3 looks that if it's not well calculated, you just don't want to give this because the long-term advantage that white gonna have. And meanwhile, Andrekin goes b5. That's so interesting.
Yeah, we keep getting surprised on every single move. I did not see the move b5 coming at all. So let's say white goes a3 now, right? Hitting the knight. What do you think is his idea? I mean, does he just want to jump back with a knight? Or do you think maybe trading on f3 could be an option now? Because if white recaptures, we go knight to c6. And black has a very quick queen to a5, which could be extremely annoying for white to deal with. But yeah, I mean, I think once again, we're quite lucky that we have such an original and creative game on our hands here.
Absolutely, and he played this move so fast. Yeah, I don't know. We need to go a little bit deep to this line. His idea is to play queen a5. Is that, or he just wants to play a5, a4 next move? He's just starting now the king side pawn attacking this way, and sort of like avoiding a4, a5.
I guess his idea is to go for the move queen a5. Let's make a random move for white. Like let's say white goes rook to h3. Queen a5 will be quite annoying to deal with because it creates this battery. So white has to make a move like c3, which is not really what you want to do because you're blocking your own bishop, or king to d1, but now you lose the right to castle, right? Because I mean, there's simply nothing you can do here. If you go queen to d2, then black still has this move because your queen is pinned and black wins the game. So I think the move queen a5 needs to be addressed somehow. So that's why we thought the move a3 hitting the knight, because now you cannot go queen a5 because this rook on a1 is protected by the bishop, so white just wins. So let's see what Anish will do here. And who do you think will fare better in this very creative game?
Yeah, things are going crazy here. I don't know what to expect. And also the clock of the players said that they didn't really expect this to happen in the game, the first match of the semi-final. So that's obviously very good situation for us and for our viewers, because this is not something that they have played 1,000 times, and it ends in a draw after 30 moves. But this is something new, and we're learning so much of the ideas. Here, what white can do, what Giri can do, is to play queen d2, avoid this kind of queen e5s. Queen side attack would be really less important here, as white's plan is to castle on the short side. So here, after queen d2, black plays h6 to stop this pawn coming forward. Bishop e2, bishop e7, castle on the short side for black too. And just to change the direction of the game and to play more calm position here, white can go with c3, attack the knight. Knight goes back on c6 and d4. So white has some space advantage on the king side, which is never bad. And now white is trying to get something in the center too. After d4, c takes d4, c takes d4, b5 pawn is hanging. So if you guard it with like a passive way, like let's say a6, this allows white to push d5. And after d5, white has more space advantage. Now knight is hanging, and obviously you don't want white to play d6 next move. So you take this pawn, and queen takes the pawn, and this seems to be very good position for white, as the 7 pawn now is a backward pawn and also isolated pawn, and the bishop on b2 seems to be in the future very strong, and rooks can come in the center, rook d1, rook c1, rook e1, all those squares, and seems like white is standing really good in this position.
Yeah, I really like the line that you suggested. It just shows how many possibilities there are in this position. Indeed, as you pointed out, white can go for c3 and d4. I really like this plan. So yeah, it will be very interesting to see, first of all, where both sides will castle, right? I mean, or will they keep their king in the center for the time being? I think that probably black can afford to keep the king in the center for a little while, because black center is kind of solid in a way. On the other hand, for white, this pawn on e5 might become loose. So I think white needs to get castled sooner or later, either, as you pointed out, with a move queen d2, bishop e2 on the king side, or on the queen side. So let's have a look at queenside castles in this position. So let's say white goes a3. Let's say black goes knight to c6, for example, and we go queenside castles. Do you think maybe Andrejka will try to strike with a5, a4 again, or what do you think? Do you think queenside castles is good, or?
I think it's a bit challenging here for white, as black is the one who is attacking the king, and Andrejka's king is just very, very safe there in the center, like it happens in some of the Sicilian lines. Here, what black can do is to push a5, a4, as you mentioned, or it can also push c4 to open up dark square bishop and annoy this pawn on a3, queen a5. This kind of ideas can be also be possible. But a5 seems to me the safest road here for black, just to push this pawn, then a4, rather b4. If you push b4, then a4 closes the center. That's what white wants. So you first open up the a file, and then you can open up the whole side by c4. And in the end, the pawn on a3 will be hanging.
Indeed, yeah, I really like that idea as well. So let's see how this one will proceed. I mean, I guess if black goes for someone like a5, white has to try back in the center with a move like d4, because you cannot just, sit around and let black crush through on the queen side. So we'll see what's going to happen. And yeah, as we speak, Anish is still thinking in the current position. Has Richard, by the way, moved yet in the meantime?
Yeah, we can take a bird's eye view and check it out. And I don't really see. After knight d4, Richard is taking his time, and he's not making any moves.
Yeah, so I guess the move e5 by MVL took him out of his preparation. I guess he realized that d5 was really his only option. If we go back real quick, like as we discussed, taking is not an option, leaving the tension is also not an option. So I guess he knew that d5 had to be the move, but after knight at d4, he seems to be out of his preparation here. I like the move bishop d2 that you suggested. Perhaps queen to d2 is also possible. Actually, there's a funny move. If white goes queen to d2, black can play bishop to h3. Hitting this pawn on g2, no. You cannot take this pawn because of knight f3 with a fork. So a pawn fork, you call it a baby fork. How would you call this?
Royal fork.
Right. I guess a royal fork, yeah, because it's on the king and the queen. Yeah.
Yeah, this baby fork, I haven't heard it too of my 20 plus years of playing chess. I've not heard it, but seems like it was introduced in PogChamps by the popular streamers who just learned chess, and they were playing the competition. So that was brought by Anna Rudolph, who was one of the co-hosts of First Leg, and I loved it, and it's just stuck in my head, and from that day on, I'm also calling the baby fork.
Yeah, I really like the term. But yeah, it shows that white cannot take this bishop over here. So I guess white needs to go castles then instead. And now white has a threat on the knight on d4. White, of course, had to defend the pawn on g2. So, but I mean, I guess there's a lot of possibilities for both sides. Like maybe black can play someone like rook ac8, hitting this bishop on c4. Because let's say, okay, first of all, you cannot take this bishop because of knight f3, and you lose the game. But let's say white makes a move, like let's say white takes on d4, right? There's always tactics with black recapturing, and let's say you take the bishop, then black all of a sudden has this tactic, because if you take this rook, then your queen is hanging. So the position is getting very, very sharp, which explains why Richard is thinking in the current position. Let's see which move he will come up with. But yeah, it's definitely a relief for MVL, because he was under some pressure. He was facing Richard's preparation. And it's always very nice when your opponent starts thinking on their own.
Oh, of course. It makes you feel like, okay, I got him out of the book. It's either a good thing for me or it's just very bad for me. So you always have this kind of mixed feelings. But at this point, if Richard is taking so much of the time, and we can see that he catched up to MVL, and he's actually ahead of on the down on the time pretty much already, like 7 minutes. MVL should be really satisfied with that. While we were analyzing this crazy fork, royal forks, we do have some games in the other, some moves in the other game. So let's very quickly bring up the bird's eye view, and we can see that Giri decided to push the knight backwards. A3 was played by Giri, and Andreikin did not really lose too much of the time, and he brought knight back on c6. Benjamin, it's never too much to see traps, especially when it's queen trap. So I can introduce you very funny another trap in here. After knight c6, seems like d4 is a very nice move to open up the center, and you also skip these ideas to castle alongside and develop your pieces in the center. So after pawn takes on d4, you don't take this pawn back, but you take b5 pawn and attack the bishop on b7. And here the trick comes with a6. And if you take the bishop on a7, then rook a7 traps the queen. And yeah, Andreikin would be really happy at least to get the queen, as he was giving queens in 2 games in a row in the playoff, in the knockout stage. I think he will be very happy to have this position with black pieces. So instead of taking on b7, white should withdraw the queen back on e2, e2 or d3. And after this, black can play queen a5 check, and this goes a really good line for black, because for instance, if you play queen d2 and you try to get yourself into the end game, black will trade this queen. You will take with for instance with the king to keep the knight on f3 to guard this e5 pawn, and here black plays d6. Black gets rid of your e5 pawn, which was creating so much space for white and was controlling a lot of squares for black. So now if you take this pawn, bishop develops, and seems like black has not much to worry here in this position.
Because black gets a nice center here. So yeah, I guess that would be a nice continuation for Andreikin. And it's actually quite funny. I just realized that the 2 games that he won in the group stage were with queen sacrifices. One of the queen sacrifices did work out a lot smoother than the other, because the one against Grishuk was just brilliant, and he just won a very nice game from there. But as we discussed before, this game against Bakro was quite the roller coaster.
Yes.
So perhaps in this game he'll be on the other end with the queen for the pieces. But Anish seems to be taking his time here. They've only played 12 moves, but he needs to be a little bit careful in the sense that the position is very creative, very complicated. So he cannot be taking too much time, because then he will probably like it in the critical stage of the game. So I'm very curious to see as to how he will proceed in the current position after knight c6. As you mentioned, d4 makes a lot of sense. Queenside castles as well. So actually, let's say white does play d4, right? So pawn takes d4 is an option, but we sacrifice, so to speak, this pawn on b5. Are there also other options for black?
It can be queen a5 to try to trade the queens and go to the same file, same variation. Like if you play queen d2, or you trade the queens and then she takes d4, or you play a6 even to guard b5. And yeah, why black stands bad, I don't know. It's just very good position. You can develop your bishop b7. You can play d6, d5, f6 is also possibilities in this kind of pawn structures to get rid of the white's good center. So I think black is fine there. And Benjamin, while we were looking at this game, Anish goes with queen d2 right away, and he tries to avoid queen a5 checks.
All right, let's have a look. So queen d2 was played by Anish, so maybe he is going for a plan that you mentioned earlier with bishop e2 and short castles, or he wants to go for d4 and attack the pawn on b5 with his bishop. So let's see what Andrejkin should do in the current position. So I feel like Anish is going to play d4 very, very quickly, right? So maybe he has to play something like queen c7 to put pressure on opponent e5. Then the question becomes, okay, does Anish play d4 anyway, or does he go queenside castles at some point? But yeah, we definitely have a very interesting game on our hands here. And in the meantime, okay, so I had a very quick look. So Rapport is still a thing. He's taking quite a bit of a thing there. I mean, isn't he thinking for more than half an hour already?
Yes, he's taking a lot of time. We actually saw that, and then we took a break, and then we are back, and he's still thinking. So that's quite a lot of time for sure. And many of the chess players and the coaches are suggesting not to take too much of the time, not take too like 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, because then some other process happens into the brain, and it's you are just getting confused, and all of us have been in that situation. Would you agree with that, like not to think for like more than 15-20 minutes? It's a good advice.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have at least some sort of time limit, right, where you make yourself a rule that you don't spend more than 15 or 20 minutes. I think everyone has been guilty of spending more time than that, and even when they have made such a rule, like still breaking that rule. But it's of course always more difficult during the game. But yeah, it is important because it's of course understandable. It feels like it's a critical position. However, as you mentioned, at some point the time you're spending is not that productive anymore, in the sense that in some positions you might just be going in circles, right? You keep looking at the same stuff, and at some point you just have to make a move because you need to keep time on the clock for the critical position. And yeah, at some point you, as you also pointed out, at some point you're just confusing yourself, and weird thoughts start creeping in, and your opponent will get more confident during all the time that you're spending. So at some point your opponent will have to make a move.
Yeah, the opponent gets, first of all, a lot of time, and we have seen in round 6, and not only in the round 6, the most important game was decided into the time trouble. Here to keep the time on the clock is very important. Even they have this 19 minutes for the beginning plus 30 seconds of the increment. It's still not enough, because you're gonna need it time for at some point to find. And also in the end games, we very often need some time to figure out how to play the most precise way, in a clear way. So for sure here in the game, Richard Rapport and MVL feels more confident, but bishop d2 is on the board. Maybe now he's not so happy to see this kind of moves, as bishop d2 just creates some sort of like threats. Let's bring bird's eye view on the board. Yeah, after long minutes of the thinking, we have this move.
Indeed, bishop d2 has been played by Richard. We discussed this move before. It looks like a nice move for white, because he's creating a bit of a battery here towards the queen. So let's see what black should do. I mean, should Black just move the queen out of the way? Also, I
Mhm.
think if Black ever trades on e2, then the position should be really good for White due to this protected passer on d5. And what does Black really have going for him, right? So maybe MVL needs to move the queen out of the way. I wonder if he can get away with something like bishop d7 and just bring in the rook on the next move. It does feel quite risky because White is very often going to trade on d4. And this pawn on d4 could become a weakness. Also, White has a strong center. Like, let's say we go rook to c1, hitting the queen. So MVL has plenty to think about here himself. And I'm very curious to see what he will come up with. I feel like he could try to put pressure on the center with a move like f5, perhaps. I don't know. White always has to move d6, but maybe f5 makes sense because you don't really want to go f3, and it really puts a lot of pressure on White's center. So this game is going to be. Go ahead.
It's gonna get some shape, like more sharp position, because we know MVL, he's not going to play some passive games, even if he's a little bit worse, as the NG now says it's not really good position for Black or equal. He will go for the most aggressive defense, which is f5 here, because Benjamin, after, if not f5, if Black goes a queen move or rook d8, or even move like b5 now to attack the bishop, what White can do is just what you showed, like to take knight on d4. It takes on d4 and don't really need to go fancy here in these positions. Rook c1, just very calm move. Then queen is hanging, queen has to go somewhere like to guard also b5 pawn itself. So let's say, I don't know, queen b6. And here in this structure, I think White is very happy. White is very happy. Bishop can withdraw back on b3 or d3. Castle, next move. You can play rook e1 to try to push e4. And White has very strong position here. Bishop e4, bishop c5 can try to annoy d4 pawn. It's just a very good position. And what Black does here, Black cannot do too much. Black cannot start a queenside attack here, like what to attack there. If you can try to push f5, obviously here, but even that move can be just ignored by White, and like castle could be fine here. And Black is pushing too much this pawn. So I kind of have a feeling that the game goes into the like end game, and you don't really need your pawns to be pushed too much, like d4, b5, f5 is just too much of the weaknesses. Like it can be weakness in the end game where less and less pieces on the board.
Indeed, yeah, you make a very good point. And also, if Black is not careful in this position after bishop d3, what another plan could be, like, let's say Black goes bishop d7, castles, and goes a5, just pushing the pawns a little bit on a queen. So what White can also always consider is go for f4 and e5 and build a big center. That way, also after he's played the move e5, he's shutting down the bishop on g7. So I think the position is very dangerous for MVL, strategically speaking. And so I'm very curious to see what he will do in the current position. But he's definitely under quite a bit of pressure. And it's always interesting to see in these knockouts, there's two types of players. There are the types of players who want to play it very solid and who don't mind a tiebreak. But there's also the type of players who want to play quite aggressively and try to win, as quickly as possible. I think that's generally the right approach. You want to try to put as much pressure as possible with the white pieces, because you know that if you play it safe with White, then your opponent will try to go after you when he has the white pieces. So it's not looking easy for MVL. We discussed reports Grand Prix standings before. I think a win would be huge here for him, as he made it to the semifinals in the first leg of the Grand Prix. Here we can pull it up. Hikaru Nakamura is currently leading the standings. Right behind him is Levon Aronian. Yesterday, the group pairings of leg 3 of the FIDE Grand Prix were announced, and Hikaru and Levon are in the same group, which actually means that I think only one of them can qualify to the candidates tournament.
No, I've not heard of it. Oh no, that's quite a shock. to have them in the same group. It means that we will not see those two players in the semifinals or the finals. There's no way, as there will be no exceptions. Only one player goes to from the group stage. That's quite a shock for these two players, as well as fans and to us. That's quite a shock.
Indeed, yeah, it's quite shocking, and that also means that only one of them can make it to the candidates tournament, because they will need to make it out of the group, and as you mentioned, only one of them can. And if you come second in the group, I think even for Hikaru, there might be a chance if he comes second in the group that it will be enough, but I think it will be unlikely. So both of them will need to win, and
and Benjamin, how they're doing this
drawing of lots?
Draw of lots, yeah. Draw of lots.
It's a very good question. I have no idea how the groups are determined. Perhaps maybe they should actually make a live show out of it to prove that it's all real and not that someone is picking the groups. I'm joking, of course. I'm sure that everything is proceeding fairly, but yeah, that's going to be quite close in the last leg of the Grand Prix. One of them will probably not make it to the candidates tournament, and then the question is who else will qualify. I mean, it could be Richard Rapport if he wins this leg of the Grand Prix. Maybe Anish Giri if he does well. MVL, of course, also still has a lot of chances. So it's going to be extremely close in the last leg.
Yeah, we have some of the questions, Benjamin. Why don't you take a very, very short break right now and try to figure out all these questions? And meanwhile, you guys gonna have both chessboards on the screen while we're on the break, because it is very, very interesting, intense situation, very interesting position, something new for all of us. So we'll take a short break, and you guys don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022 round 7, but no, this is semifinals. We cannot say it's round 7, although we have seen already 6 rounds, and now we do have 4 players fighting for the best and the most of the Grand Prix points and the most of the prizes. Let's very quickly take a look, Benjamin, what the winner gets out of this tournament.
Yeah, so there's plenty of plenty to play for. We talked about the Grand Prix points earlier, but the winner of this tournament will collect a nice 24,000 euros. If you come in second, you collect 18,000 euros. The players who lose in the semifinal, so the players today who lose, pick up 12,000 euros. And of course, we feel bad for the players that came second in the group, but they still collect 9,000. Third place gets 7,000, and fourth gets 5,000. And Caddy, what are the Grand Prix points that are at stake?
The most important here for these players are the Grand Prix points, and the winner will get 13 points, which is quite a big number. And then the runner-up will get 10 points. All the players who are here has guaranteed themselves 7 points already, as they're on the semifinals. Out of 4 players, 3 could be okay with that, as they have just joined the Grand Prix. MVL, Giri, and Andrejkin, they can play the last leg in Berlin, but Rapport will not be happy with the 7 points only, as he was also semi-finalist from the first leg, and he collected 7 points, and that will be not enough to get the final 2 spots at the candidates tournament. So Rapport should try to get himself into the finals at this point, and he has to win against MVL first, and then he can guarantee himself at least 10 points. So we don't have any of the games in these two matches here while we were on a break, and it's very interesting to take a look how these players got in here, and what was happening in the 6 rounds that they have played in the second leg of the Grand Prix. We're gonna take a very, very quick look at that standings and the cross tables. But before we go in there, Benjamin, do you think MVL is taking his time now to calculate all the lines of after F5 here?
Yeah, I'm sure he must be considering pawn F5, and I guess he must realize that there's really no easy solution to his problems here. We try to analyze it, but it does seem like Rapport has quite a bit of pressure. And yeah, as you mentioned earlier, if Rapport loses this match, it will be difficult for him to make it in the candidates. I don't think 14 points is going to be enough. Well, what do you think is going to be the score that will guarantee you a spot in the candidates? I would think probably 20 points, maybe 17.
I think 20 points too, just to be sure, to be guaranteed that nothing gonna happen. But there can be some exceptions too, like to have less points, obviously. But yeah, 20 points, it's not bad. It's not bad, as we do have final 2 seats at the candidates tournament. So if you are unlucky not to get the first spot, you will at least get second spot with the 20 points. So
indeed, yeah, it will be very interesting to see how all the action will unfold in the third leg in Berlin. Yeah, I think I mean there could also be a possibility that, let's say, players end up on 17 points, and there might be a tie for that score. But as we discussed, I'm pretty sure 20 should be enough, right? If you make it to the finals twice, or if you win one and you make it into the semis in your other leg, that should be enough, I would think. However, I guess so let's try to do the math, right? So let's say Richard comes in, wins this one, then he finishes on 20 points, right? And perhaps we can bring up the Grand Prix cross table again. So let's have a look, right? So let's say Richard wins this one. He will collect 13 points and he'll end on 20, right?
Mhm.
Let's say Anish makes it to the finals and he loses that final to report. Anish will pick up 10 points.
10 points.
But then let's say in the third leg, Hikaru will make it to the finals and loses to Anish. Then both Anish and Hikaru have 23 points each. So that will be a situation in which 20 points will not be enough. However, I think that that's probably quite unlikely, right?
It's quite it's just possible. We have seen so weird situations even at this point. The bad thing is that you are not you cannot make the decision when you are not playing anymore in the final leg. You have to just wait. And knowing, for instance, from Sam's perspective, Sam Shankland's perspective, how he was waiting for the other players, and it was really heartbreaking end for him. It's just not the best solution for Richard, although I would say that he will be very happy with this kind of scenario if he wins this leg. Just the fact that he is a winner of the Grand Prix itself is a huge success for Richard and for any of the participants for sure. And then he will just count on the luck. If he has a luck, he will go to the candidates 2022.
Indeed, yeah. And I'm kind of curious, like, in what kind of position would you rather be? Like, would you rather play the last leg of the Grand Prix and have everything still in your own hands, or would you rather just be done after the first two and then just sit back and then wait what is going to happen? Because at least you're done and the pressure is off you, right?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I would normally say that I would love to be in the middle of all the actions for the last round, but as I'm getting older and smarter, I think I would choose the second option, just to do my best, my good, and then wait others to do whatever they would like to do. So
yeah, that's a very good point you're making there. I guess. Well, on the other hand, even when you're waiting for the final results to come in, you will probably still be nervous. And I mean, yeah, it's gonna be an absolute nail biter, regardless. I mean, for Rapport, let's say he does well in this leg, you'll have to sit and wait. But also for all the other players, the tension will be really high in Berlin, because it will be their shot of making it to the candidates tournament. If they do not do well, for some players, they like the players are aging, so players are having their last shots at the candidates tournament, and then potentially winning it, which would qualify them to the World Chess Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. So yeah.
Yes, and also it's very, very important to point out that chess is pretty much game of the nerves, and you have to be at your very best shape, also mentally, and you never know when it's your good shape and where it's your best shape. So yeah, I'm very strong with the second option, Benjamin. I'm getting stronger and stronger in my imagination that if I have this choice, I would love to do my best and then wait others to do whatever they can do.
Right, so, yeah. But as we're having a look here at the leaderboard, I think the only players who still have a chance are probably Hikaru, Levon, Linier, and Richards from the first leg, and then Anish Giri, MVL, and Drake. And I think all the others are practically already out of contention.
Unfortunately, yes, because you need to get at least semifinals to fight for the 2 spots, and as you can see now, for those players, 2 legs have been already done because they are out of the tournaments. So yeah, whoever has 4 points, they don't really have a practical chance to get the spot at the candidates tournament. However, we just brought the topic of the prize fund here. We do have 150,000 euros, and it's quite prestigious to play for the young players like Tabatabai. This should be like very, very prestigious tournament just to be a part of it, and then they can really collect quite some amount of the money in just 2 months of period. So yeah, and also have a chance to travel in these hard times. So it's not so easy for everyone to travel. So I bet they also like this opportunity. So yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. As you mentioned, for the young players, this will be an extremely good learning experience, facing off against the best players in the world, also playing at this stage with all the pressure. Definitely will give them invaluable experience that will make them stronger chess players. And as we're talking a little bit earlier about how long the players should spend on each move and whatnot. And we have not really talked about the time control yet today. So just to make it clear for everyone, the time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. After that, there will be 30 minutes for the rest of the game. And there's a 30-second increment starting from move 1. So players cannot really be flagged, as it is the case in online chess. However, if you do get low on time, it is likely that the players will make mistakes. And also after the 40th move, the players will reach an additional 30 minutes. So reaching the 40th move is always a huge relief if you're low on time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. We have seen so many games here blowing up just because of the low time on the clock, even though we have very best of the players here. Time issue is a common problem for all the chess players and everyone. So Benjamin, we're getting these weird moves here. Rook c8, rook h3. What's happening with these rooks here? They have not castled yet, and they're trying to play with the rooks. We know that first we have to castle and then connect the rooks, but it goes the other way of chess principles.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by how both players are playing. So now's the big question, like, does Anish just go queenside castles here, which looks quite natural? What does Dmitry have in mind? I mean, maybe, I guess now a5, a4 has lost its appeal because the rook moved to c8. So queenside castle is one option for Anish. Perhaps he could also consider the move d4, opening up the center, also putting pressure on the pawn on b5. I guess then black can consider taking on d4, and if you take the pawn on b5, perhaps black can take on e5. In either case, it's all going to be extremely complicated and difficult to figure out what exactly is going on. So yeah, do you expect one of these moves like d4 or queenside castles, or do you think Anish has another move in mind here?
I think he will now make a choice after queen c5 and either castle or open up the center. If he keeps like slow game like bishop e2, black can also keep it that way, like play h6 first, waiting a little bit, bishop e7, and at some point white will be out of the time, but has to make a decision to develop the rook, to move away the king, because all the pieces are already developed, pawns are as much pushed as possible, and then white will not have just waiting moves. So here d4 seems to be the straightforward move to be played, and maybe he will try to do it. And for instance, after d4, if black keeps the pawn on b5 and plays a6 move, which is also quite natural move, just to wait a little bit. Here white can take the pawn on c5, allow black to take this with a bishop in one move, and now rook g3. So the idea of rook h3 is obviously to get this rook on g file, and now this is really tricky position. You don't want to play bishop f8 because this is just hard to develop the bishop and then go back. It's just a very hard situation to do and to make this solution. And what else you can do? You don't want to castle, because after castle you will checkmate yourself. Queen h6 will be, I suppose, the move. Queen g5, any move there on the king side would be a checkmate in the next few moves. And the move like king f8, Benjamin, this move, king f8, I would really worry because in the very long term, the rook on h8 will be just stacked and the king will be in between the rooks and they can never be connected. So white can continue to make a normal moves here, either castle or bishop d3, just very normal. We can also do h6 here. So this kind of developing moves, I think, is just fine. So talking about this line, maybe black has to take pawn on d4 instead of a6 and not go so easy on white. And here, after bishop e5, to take the pawn on e5, as you just mentioned.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point indeed. If the straight were to take place on c5, then after move rook g3, black simply has a very tough time defending this pawn in the first place, right? Like g6 is also not ideal. White can also always just play rook h3 back, and now we have a lot of pressure here along the h file. So yeah, d4 will be a very interesting option here by Anish, because it will put Dmitry in a difficult situation, right? Like, do you defend this pawn on b5? I mean, well, then we saw all the problems that arose, but dropping the pawn also does not seem like a good option. So d4 makes a lot of sense for Anish. What he could also perhaps consider is maybe just bishop e2 and then king of 1 if he wants to play it slow, maybe king to g1 and artificially castle. Of course, queenside castles is also still very much an option. So yeah, I think this one is heating up for sure, and we're gonna see lots of interesting action. Has a move yet been played in the MVL game?
Yes, we do have some updates there. Let's very quickly take a look at the bird's eye view. And as you can see, knights are off the board, and MVL did not went for f5. It's a bit of surprising for me. I was sure that he will go f5 because this is so much of his position and not so easy for whites to make a decision. But instead he went to bishop d7, I suppose, trade the knights on d4, and then queen a3.
Right, so you play this move, bishop. So we left off after white played the move bishop d2 on move 14. And after the move, he played the move bishop d7, bringing another piece into the game. So Report traded on d4 and then played rook to c1, hitting the queen. And MVL played queen to a3. So I guess his idea is that if white castles here, he wants to go b5 perhaps, hit the bishop, and then if the bishop moves, then go a5 and a4. And he has quite a bit of counterplay here on the queen side. So this is one thing white could consider. What white could perhaps also consider is something like queen to b3, because it forces black to take practically. I mean, going queen d6 back is a bit passive. And after black takes, maybe we take with the pawn or with the bishop. Let's say we take with the bishop. And now if we can somehow consolidate our center, this should be really good for us. But the question is if we can, right? Because black can maybe play a move like rook to e8. And if you go f3, f5 is there, putting a lot of pressure. Maybe white has stuff like rook to c7. I guess this is really what the position resolves around, because I feel like if white manages to consolidate here, moves like f3, king f2, then white should be in really good shape. So let's see what Report will do here. I mean, I think castles or queen b3 are the two moves that look most attractive here.
Yeah, I like this position. If the position goes to the end game, queen trade, and if it goes even more extreme, both rooks traded off, then the d4 pawn will be a real weakness here for black, as white can always cut off the bishop from the g7 square, this diagonal, f4 e5, or bishop f4 e5, and then king e2, king d3 just to grab this pawn if we have the bishop endgame only. So but I kind of have a feeling that black has time to strike back in the center with rook e1 f5, and the fact that white's king is not castled and the rook is just too far away from the actions, and chess is very much about the calculation. I believe that this queen b3 might be some sort of giving up the chances to go game ahead. So it can be very easy for black to equalize the position, and the castle can keep some chances going on. So that's what Richard now has to make this decision to go all these variations very deeply, and then just make decision. He wants to go to the end game or keep the queens on the board, to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, we'll see which one he will choose. As you mentioned, both castles and queen b3 make a lot of sense. So, but yeah, MVL will definitely have some problems to solve. As you mentioned, the pawn on d4 can always be extremely weak. I think for that reason, trading both the rooks is probably a mistake, because I think you pointed out that, if white, so one way or another manages to trade everything, like let's say something like this happens, we go bishop d2, let's say black makes a random move, and we go king here, and then we get all the rooks off, then this pawn on d4 is always going to be extremely weak, because we put the king on d3 and then go bishop e2, and how are you ever going to defend this pawn, right? So MVL will have to come with something dynamic, like playing the position normally, with normal means, it seems to be backfiring here due to his structural weaknesses. So we'll see what he will come up with. But first, it's Richard's move. And the question is whether he will castle or queen b3. Those two look the most natural to me. I don't really think he has many other options. Like h4 is kind of out of the question here because the center has opened up so much. Yeah. So we'll see what he will come up with. In the meantime, Anish is still thinking, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still thinking. He has to make a decision. I think that's the fact that he's taking his time is very good in here, as either he has to castle or open up the center or just keep his king on the king side. There can be some moves like h6 too. Do you think after h6 black will simply capture that pawn?
It's a good question. Yeah, let's try to bring up Anish's game again. So we left off after Andrejkin played the move queen to c7. So let's see. So h6 is definitely an option, and perhaps black can just take the pawn. It looks a little bit odd, right? Because black gives himself these double isolated pawns. However, he can bring in the rook in some situations. Also, this bishop can come to g7, put a lot of pressure on e5, which can become a little bit weak. So I think taking is probably the best option, because what else are you going to do, right? Like g6 is a move, but it also always creates these weaknesses in the black position. Oh, and as we speak, Anish has moved. He went for the move queenside castles. All right, so let's see what Andrejkin should do in the current position. What do you think? Like, maybe you can still try to launch some sort of attack, although I guess white is really now looking at the move d4 because he put the rook just on the d file.
Yes, after long castle, the ultimate response for black is to attack the queen side, and a5 looks very natural move here. But the fact that black has developed the rook already on c file, this might give white some time not to worry about the queen side and strike in the center. So a5 can be met by d4 right away, and to open up the center. And I love its major pieces on d file, and the rook can also join on rook d3 and start to annoy the d7 pawn there. b5 pawn is hanging. We have seen some lines to take c5 pawn. Yes, in this position, I think white has very good chances, like to take maybe b5 pawn here to attack on d7.
Yeah, I like the line that you just suggested. I guess white has taken b5 because taking on d4 with the bishop is not really that attractive, because that black takes here with a check. And you especially do not want to take with the queen, because that allows checkmate in one move. So I think, yeah, white takes here on b5 and then tries to run on this pawn on d4 later on, because it's a bit of a weakness. So let's see. So a5 is definitely a move, I guess, for Andrejkin. And I guess after a5, white is practically forced to go for d4, right? Because you don't want to just sit around and let black attack you on the king side. So let's see. So a5 is definitely a move for Andrake, and perhaps he can also play something like a6, because now if you go d4, now we can just take, right? Now white takes and we take. Once again, we know that we cannot take with the bishop because of bishop takes a3. We cannot take with the queen because of queen takes c2, checkmate. And now this pawn on b5 is protected. So I think that also makes a lot of sense. So maybe after a6, Anish will try to play it very slowly with moves like king to b1 and try to prepare d4 later on.
Yes, king b1 can be always very useful move. And in this kind of positions, white can obviously wait a little bit, because black has to be very careful with the next moves, because it can cause some problems for black. And for instance, if black develops now bishop on e7, which is quite a natural move, then white can now play h6, as this pawn will no longer be sacrificed but will be traded to the g pawn, and this is obviously very good exchange for white. So maybe what Anish is trying is just to take the moves out of Andrake, like to Sukswang. It's fine. It sounds really funny, but it's Sukswang when you don't want to play that move and you have to do it because you don't have much of the choice, which can be really ridiculous here with all the pieces on the board.
Yeah, no, I think you make a very good point. It's quite likely that black will probably run out of useful moves earlier on, but white can always play something like king to b1, just slowly improving the position, maybe even king a2 at some point. I don't know if the king sits better there or on the b1 square. And I mean, if black goes bishop e7, he also always will have to reckon with this move rook to g3, which is always annoying, because how are you going to protect this pawn, right? I mean, king f8 is not ideal. Because white can maybe go for something like queen f4 and queen g4. Undeveloping your bishop with bishop f8 is also a bit sad. And rook g8 is also not really a move you want to make, right? So I guess the position is easier to play for Anish.
Right.
And yeah, I wonder what Andrake
there is a fun, very interesting line that black can is obviously considering here to go with d6 or d5. Like, you can't really wait for so long here, and you want to just develop your pieces and get rid of e5 pawn. E5 pawn takes a lot of square from black. So after d5 or d6, mainly white will take this pawn. And here black can take with a bishop, and it's very tricky because now g7 pawn is not hanging. You can push h6 because this loses a queen. After bishop f4, there will be a horrible pin, and yeah, white has to resign here. So we obviously don't take this g7 pawn yet, but after bishop d6, what white can do is a king b1 just to get out of this threat. Now g7 is a under attack. You don't want to play bishop f8 because it's just ugly when you don't want to do that, especially it falls for h6 now as the bishop is open. So there is move like bishop f4, bishop f4 to try this bishop to get maybe on h6 or just attack the queen. But after queen c3, now you want to take by the queen, and you are very serious about that. This queen g7 will attack the rook in the end, and on top of it, you also want to take the pawn on c5. So this is double attack. Black has one final move here, knight d4, to avoid all these two threats, but white can take this knight with a knight. Now trade the queens, not to take the pawn on d4 as c2 will be hanging, and to play this kind of endgame after taking on d4.
Yeah, and I think that's a very nice line that you just showed. It shows white to move king b1. If white doesn't see a useful move, it's always a good waiting move, because there's always, you know, stuff on this diagonal. The king sits just a little bit safer over there. And yeah, it just shows how difficult the position is to play for black, right? Black generally doesn't really want to push this deep on forward because white will take, and now this bishop opens up on this diagonal and white will have a lot of pressure. So that's not really what black wants to do. Then, I mean, a move like c4 is out of the question because white controls that. Black also needs to be careful of the move d4 coming from white. You never want to play f6 because once again, this bishop will create deadly attack on that diagonal. So the question really becomes what black should do, and I don't know.
Yeah, in card games, what we can do, you can pass the move order,
Oh,
but in
right.
chess you cannot say pass. So what Anish is doing here, I kind of have a feeling he's slowly squeezing Black's position here, because he knows it's impossible to play on the king side, like none of the moves are good. And then also impossible to push the pawn on d file. And if you push the pawn on the a file, then I will break the center with e4, and you will have hang the pawn on b5, and it will be under threat. So you have to take care of it for that pawn.
Yeah, no, it's not looking easy for Dmitry and Draken. And also, like, even if you pass, right, such as in card games, then your opponent will have time to do their thing, right? And that's the same case here. Like, let's say Andrekin just sits around, moves like a6, and he's gonna go king b1. And let's say you don't, let's say go h6, which is probably also a useful move, because white has this h6 pawn, h6 push himself in some variations. I guess Anish should have his ways of strengthening the position, maybe just bishop e2, putting this bishop on a slightly better square. However, I guess it's not that easy, because the move d4 has lost its appeal, because black is going to take, and take. And now, once again, if you take with the queen, you hang this pawn on c2. It's not checkmate, because the king is on b1. You can still go here, and it's, still very much a game. But it's not really something that you want to do. And if you take with the bishop, then you always hang this pawn over here. So what do you think the plan could be for Anish in such positions?
If black decides to wait, right? I like the idea of developing the pieces like bishop e2, maybe g4, g5. Try to get ready for this kind of king side attack. You can do this kind of slow things, and in the end black will lose. Black has to make some move. But Benjamin, the chat over here on Twitch suggests very nice idea for black. How about to try to play knight d4 in this very position, like current position, instead of h6, I suppose. And now if white takes on d4, she takes d4, you cannot take the pawn back, as a3 pawn hangs with a check, and you obviously don't want to drop that pawn.
Yeah, I like that suggestion with knight at d4, because at least after knight d4, white can never play d4 himself anymore and open up the d file. So let's see. I guess white has to take with the knight. We recapture with the pawn. Now, as we mentioned, bishop takes d4 is kind of out of the question due to bishop takes a3. But this pawn on e5 is under attack. So then the question becomes, how should white defend it? So maybe with a move like f4. But let's say black just goes bishop c5 here, right? And sits. Like, how easy is it for white to do anything here? Also, what black could consider is something like f6, putting pressure on this pawn on e5 once again. And if you take, you take. And I don't know, I feel like this whole transition shouldn't be too bad for black. I mean, this king can sit on f7, where it sits more or less safe. This rook can come out at g8, putting pressure along the g file. So let's see whether Draken will go for that. He's getting a little bit low on the clock. He only has 37 minutes, and he still has 26 more moves to be made. But actually, I just had a quick look. It seems that we have many more moves in the game between Richard Rapport and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Do you want to have a look at that game?
Absolutely. Let's take a very, very quick look at that game, as it gets very interesting. White decided to play queen b3 after some time of thinking, and then we'll take trade the queen. And here we have bishop takes on b3, and white wants to probably access this 7th rank next move, like rook c7 to attack the bishop. Do you think white will castle here, or will just play f3, move king f2, this kind of ideas?
I think he will try to keep the king in the center, because with the king in the center, the pawn on d4 can come under attack more easily. I think it's a very difficult position here for MVL, I think, because he needs to put pressure on white center somehow. If white manages to consolidate, I think the position is going to be extremely tough for MVL. So he needs to go for something like rook e8, one of these two rooks, or rook c8. Question is once again which one. I think the move f5 is really going to backfire, because it allows white to go rook to c7, hitting the bishop. and you can still go f3 later on to defend. So I think that's not really what he should be aiming for. Maybe move like rook c8 makes sense, because let's say we go king e2, which is the move you kind of want to make, defending this rook on c1. Then perhaps this check on b5 can be quite annoying, and white is forced to go for something like king f3, which looks slightly awkward, and maybe now black gets a time to go f5. So yeah, maybe he should go for this move, but it's not looking easy for MVL here.
Oh yeah, because for instance, Benjamin, if MVL goes for rook to e8 from A, especially from A, because after this f3 can be played by whites to not allow black to take this pawn white check. Now the threat is funny, but white wants to play bishop b4 and win the exchange. So you're pretty much forced to play f5. And after f5, white can access the 7th rank. And, you know, this bishop is hanging. Then you have to go bishop passive on c8. And this is, I think, d6, d7 goes straight forward and wins the game.
Indeed. And how do we call this with the pawn on d7?
Baby fork.
Indeed, a baby fork, yeah. And white wins the game. So yeah, a lot of things that black has to look out for. It's really annoying that this bishop is on b3, because white always has these tactics. Yeah, I mean, there's simply no easy way to defend this bishop. I mean, bishop b5, we just take here, we hit the bishop with a tempo. You don't really want to do that either. So I don't know, it's looking really tough for MVL. He needs to come with something very quickly over the next couple of moves, but I don't see it right away. And I feel that if there's nothing here for black, the position might just be close to positionally lost, because his pawn on d4 can easily drop off, and then white has potentially two passers in the center. So we'll see what MVL will come up with. But yeah, he's definitely being put to the test here by Richard Report.
That's a very interesting situation. I'm just now trying to recall how the first leg was happening, and I kind of remember that Richard was playing really nicely in the semifinals.
Well,
I better.
Lost...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, well, in the semifinals, he lost to Hikaru. Hikaru won that first game with the white pieces. And then in the second game, Hikaru eventually got a good position. But since a draw was enough to advance to the next round, Hikaru offered a draw, which was accepted by Richard. And Hikaru moved on to the final. So actually, I think the first leg of the Grand Prix was very up and down for Richard, because he had a lot of trouble winning his group. He actually was a bit lucky, because in the last game against Vladimir Fedoseev, Fedoseev could have just taken a draw there with a repetition, but Fedoseev decided to play on and eventually lost. So that's how Richard came into the tiebreak, eventually won the tiebreak to move on to the semifinals, but then lost to Hikaru. But right now, this leg of the FIDE Grand Prix, he's looking very good, in the sense that he won his group quite convincingly with a 1-point lead, really due to those direct encounters against Vidit. And now I really like his position in the first game against MVL, who has just played the move rook a e8. However, we said that after the move f3, we didn't really see what black should do here, right? I mean, I guess the only way to justify the move rook e8 is to follow up with f5, because if you go rook e8 now, rook c8 now you've lost the move, and it's much easier for white to consolidate, because now we have to move king f2 available. But if you go
that's
f5,
quite surprising, Benjamin, that MVL takes some time and still goes, for instance, in this line where after f3, which is very obvious move, he's forced to play f5 or rook move away. So, and we can say that white has a really big advantage here. And this is the end game. It's not something that there are many pieces on the board and you can try to trap the opponent, or opponent also has many pieces and you can make some mistake. It's the end game, and that's getting really, really, really tricky. That MVL doesn't do very often. That goes in very bad position. Yeah, that's quite surprising for me to see this final move rook a to e8.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So let's say Richard goes rook to c7, the move that we discussed. I was actually wondering if pawn takes e4 can ever be an option, because let's say you take the bishop, there's pawn takes f3, and black all of a sudden gets a huge attack with both of these rooks. Just to illustrate, let's say you move the king over, right? Then black takes here, hitting the rook in the corner, and if you're rook to g1, then rook f1, and black wins the game. However, there is a problem. White has a very nice defense. After black takes on e4, white first goes d6 check. Now, if you move the king over, now we take on d7, and if you take on f3, now we have rook e7 to block, which is why it was important to go d6, and white pretty much wins the game, because if you take now there's rook g1, there's no rook to f1, so I don't really see. I mean, maybe there's bishop e6, but now there might be d7 hitting the rook, so I don't know, the position is looking quite tough for MVL. We'll see what Richard will come up with. Actually, he has just played the move f3, and he blitzes out f5. However, we didn't really think this was gonna work out for him.
It's so interesting. And Benjamin, let's bring Bird's Eye View back, and let's see that Andrekin plays knight a5. This is something really weird looking move, and it just goes, the knight goes all the way in the corner. It's not very bad, it's not a blunder, but it's, I think, a little bit inaccuracy. So we're going to take a very, very short break and coming back with all the updates and with all the information what's happening into this semi-finals game. So guys, don't go anywhere, we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix Semifinals. I'm Katie, this is Benjamin, and we do have final 2 games at this stage. And Benjamin, we have so tense situation on the first board. This is Rupert against MVL, and we see Rook already on the 7th rank, and Black Bishop is hanging. So Black doesn't have much of the choices here. And let's take a very, very, very quick look. And also a lot of is happening in the other game of Anish Giri and Andrekin. But let's first try to figure out here what is happening.
Yeah, so we had a very quick look at this before the break, and it's looking very tough for MVL. Perhaps he was banking on this move, pawn takes c4. As we pointed out, if white takes the bishop on d7, which looks very natural, this is actually a mistake, because black goes pawn takes f3 with a check, and now white's in a bit of trouble, because if you go king to d1, then black can take here, hitting the rook in the corner, and if rook g1, there's rook f1, and black wins, because if you take, black gets a new queen. So that is not an option for white. If white goes to the f file, that also doesn't work out in white's favor, because black can take on g2, white is forced to take, and then you go rook e2 check, and you collect the bishop on d2 in the end, and black is doing, at the very least, fine. But the problem is that if you take on e4, white throws in this check first. If the king steps into the corner, now we take, and after pawn takes f3, we can interpose with rook e7, which is why it was important to push the pawn up to d6. I mean, if black takes on g2 now. What a
tricky move, d6 check. Wow.
Indeed.
Wow, that's tricky, Benjamin. That's really tricky.
Yeah, so I'm sure both Richard and MVL had seen all of that. After pawn takes g2, white goes rook g1. Now the king is still in e1, so rook f1 does not work, because we just take, and white wins the game. And if black in this position goes bishop to e6, I guess white is winning after pawn d7. You hit the rook. Right. And if black goes rook e7, we have moves like bishop e4 or bishop g5, or just make a queen. Because black takes, we take the rook, and black has these 2 pawns, but white is up a rook, so this doesn't really work out for black. So instead of all that, MVL went with the move bishop to b5. But Caddy, do you think this can work out for black?
No, I don't think so. And Benjamin, I'm just thinking to understand what really happened, and I'm just trying to find a way how it has happened to MVL here. And I kind of have believed that when he decided to trade the queens, he started to look to these positions from that perspective. And you know what? If, for instance, from this perspective, it's easy to find a d6 move and then rook e7. It's very easy, like it's just 2 moves, right? And you can figure it out. But he's calculating these kind of positions from queen b3. And then after queen b3, bishop b3, he went for rook a8. So it's a little bit longer road for him. And I think that he missed this opportunity here from Richard.
Yeah, it's very possible indeed. You make a very good point. Like if you put this position on the board, most players will see that after pawn takes e4, there is move d6 for white, and white wins. However, as you mentioned, he was calculating all of this probably in this position, and then it's probably to miss such an intermezzo. So let's have a look at the current position. So he just played the move bishop e5, and bishop e5, you might be wondering, like, okay, let's say we take this pawn over here, right? Isn't black still in the same problems? Because this bishop is under attack, you know, and if you go bishop a6, we take another pawn here, and all of black's problems remain. Well, the difference is that if we take on b7 now black can take on e4. We can still throw in this d6 check, but now the king moves over. Because if this rook move takes the bishop, the rook is no longer on the 7th rank, so it can no longer interpose here. So here black can take on f3 and is doing just fine. Once again, king d2, we take on g2 with rook f1 coming. And if you go to f1, then once again there's this, taking on g2 and rook e2, and black is very much fine. So I guess Richard should come up with something else. Rook takes b7 does not seem to be the move. I wonder if, can he perhaps go a4 hitting the bishop? Because once again, if black takes, we throw in this check, and we always have rook to e7. But perhaps black goes here to d3 to put pressure on the center, or does this become really scary?
D67 goes straightforward actually, and then bishop g5 after rook d8.
Yeah, I guess that's a big problem for black, because if you go bishop to f6, maybe here we just take and go e5 and look at both these pawns pushing down the board. So there's rook c7 to support. So
yeah, you
black
cannot
might just
stop
be
actually. Here, if after e5, you can stop these pawns. The rook e5, e7 comes right away, and then this pawn will be promoted to the queen.
indeed, yeah, this just looks lost for black. So I wonder what black can even do. I mean, after bishop g5, can you sacrifice the exchange? However, I don't think this can ever work out, right? I mean, I guess we just take, and I mean, as rook c, there's still bishop f6, but maybe we just recapture so we can always bring the rook into the game later. This feels like white should just be winning here. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, and at this
FPL.
point, they don't have the time troubles, and Richard is in very best situation now. He can figure out a lot of possibilities here. So yeah, that's quite tricky for MVL to struggle in the first game. You know, Benjamin, like it happens to the first leg. The players who won the first games in the semifinals didn't really struggle in the second game. It was very, very, very easy for them to make a draw without any complications and get to the final. So first game is so important, so crucial for the match, that you will have a struggle to come back, because we're talking about the super grandmasters over here. For them, it's not hard to find the possible opening which goes right away, straight away to the draw. So a very, very tricky situation here for MVL. And Benjamin, is there any other choice that Richard is now calculating? For instance, like after bishop b5, d6 check looks very natural for me, because it's like d6, d7 comes straight forward. What's the difference between a4 and d6 moves? What do you think?
Well, I guess the difference is with including move a4 and bishop a6 or bishop d3, from like the bishop is no longer on this b5 square. So if the pawn comes to d7, it will always be under attack. Just to illustrate, like let's say black goes here, and d7, rook d8, the pawn on d7 will probably be lost. But yeah, you made a very good point. Like if you lose the first game, so first things first, if you lose the first game with white, then it's going to be extremely difficult to come back, because you'll have to come back with the black pieces. And usually your opponent will find a way to either keep the game very solid or just force a draw straight away and move on to the next match. But if you lose with black, it's still very difficult, because usually the players are happy to get a slight advantage with the white pieces. But given the fact that a draw is not an acceptable result, they will try to avoid these lines where maybe they will be a little bit better, but they know that if the opponent plays accurately, they'll hold a draw. So then they'll start drifting, and often it doesn't really go well. So it's always very difficult if you lose the first game and have to come back, even with the white pieces in the very next game. So MVL seems to be in quite a bit of trouble here.
Seems like, yes. And also our chat is very, very active. They by helping out with all these ideas, and our Twitch chat says that a4 here actually kicks the bishop out of this controlling d7 square and the lines. So we saw that after d7, bishop g5, white can try to win some material. So yeah, while Richard is taking his time, he is down to 30 minutes. However, that's quite a lot of time in this situation. And if he gets any material advantage, then he will pretty much start to speed up to play. So Benjamin, also very interesting and important situation is right now in the other game. So let's take a very quick look what happened here. We do have knight moves. Knight a5 was played here by Andrekin, and knight g5. So what has been changed here since we saw it for the last time?
Right, so we left off after Anish played queenside castles, and Dmitry played the move knight a5, which looked a bit surprising. I guess maybe he wanted to take this knight on f3, and I guess he has ideas in mind, like let's say white goes pawn on d4, perhaps c4 is what he wanted to do to keep things a bit close. There's also tactical ideas with taking on d4. although they never work out because white just goes knight takes d4, now knight takes b3 is not a move. But
Maybe
let's
first
say
take
white.
the knight on the f3 and then take on d4.
Well, then white takes with the rook and the pawn is still protected. But let's say you take this pawn on b5, then there's knight takes b3 and black wins the game because you fork the king and the queen, and you cannot take because this pawn is pinned to the king. But Anish came up with the move knight at g5. Very nice move. Perhaps he wants to maneuver his knight to the center. And I guess now c4 should always backfire for black. Like, let's say go c4. I guess we just take, and we can always swing the rook over to c3. And I feel like things should just be collapsing here for black. And then the question becomes, like, okay, what else are you gonna do, right? Like maybe you can go h6, but then I guess the knight hops back to e4. If c4, I guess there's knight d6 check, because takes. This queen is under attack. This is under attack. If the queen moves, your knight is under attack. You could, I guess, take on e4 or maybe now c4. But now, since the rook is defending along the third rank, taking on b3 is not really a threat. So maybe white just goes king to b1 and is completely fine. So I don't know. It's not looking easy in the current position for Andraken, and his time is also taking down. He's down to 22 minutes.
That's right, and this is move 15, knight g5, so they have to make plenty of moves. And Andraken is struggling once again on his time, as it happened in the round 6. And yeah, it's nothing good. Let's very quickly take a look the bird's eye view, as we do have a4 move, and this is the most accurate way how to white could proceed the position. We were talking about this, so MVL is getting into worse and worse situation as Richard is controlling things quite well. We also have another game, another move into the other game. So here Andraken developed the bishop on e7 and tries to attack the knight on g5. So maybe we can take a look at that as well.
Yeah, so we'll come back to that game shortly, but yeah, let's have a look at this game between Richard Rapport and MVL. It's looking extremely tough for MVL. I just don't see a move here. Once again, if you take on e4, then the problem is that white first plays d6 check, the king moves over, and then we take here. So after pawn takes f3 with rook e7, and white just wins, it seems. And I mean, what else are you gonna do, right? Like, let's say you go bishop a6, then we give a check once again with this pawn, the king moves over, and then d7, the rook's under attack. And where are you gonna go? Like, if you go rook d8, bishop g5, and it just looks crushing. Once again, if you go bishop f6, we just take and e5, and these two pawns, how do you call them? Eric and Derek decide the game. And if you take on and if you take on e4, perhaps we can just recapture with all the same problems in the position. I mean, this rook is under attack, and this just looks crushing. So I think Rapport is just going to win this first game.
Oh, and it was not even a huge fight, to be honest, Benjamin. And we'll just blunder this rook a to 8 at this point. He could still go for rook c8 and try to hold the end game. It's maybe unpleasant for him, but he's known of being one of the best players to guard the worse positions. But rook a to e8 was a clear blunder, and obviously he missed d6 intermediate check there in the lines.
Yeah, it's quite brutal at the top level. You sometimes make a mistake early on, and there's just no coming back. If we have a look at the game, I think perhaps the critical mistake almost is maybe this move e5, as crazy as it sounds, because after e5, d5 was played, knight at d4, and bishop d2. And here, yeah, we said trading on e2 is not ideal, and otherwise you will always have to deal with this this structure. And then we got into this endgame, and this already looked really problematic for black, right? I mean, maybe rook ac8, but that also didn't look great. And after rook a8, f3, perhaps perhaps the position, as you mentioned, is already lost here. Because if you play slowly, then a pawn on d4 is probably going to be lost at some point in the future. And the very direct f5 seems to have backfired. And yeah, I think Richard's just going to win this game. I mean, the position looks winning for him. He has 30 minutes on the clock. I don't see how MVL is going to save this game with the black pieces. And then, yeah, he will have to come back tomorrow with white. So, yeah, but I think you mentioned that Andrekin moved. So perhaps we can move over to that game.
Yeah, bishop e7 was played rather fast from Andrekin, as you mentioned. The time is taking on his clock. He's down to 20. He has less than 20 minutes right now, and Anish has more time, 32 minutes right now, and way easy position. So his moves are not so hard as Andrekin. So after bishop e7, here White has two options, and Giri goes for rook g3. This is one of those two options. Actually, the other was h6. So after rook g3, now White wants to move the knight away, and g7 pawn will be hanging, right? So for instance, if h6 happens, knight goes back on e4, and the question is how black is going to guard g7, because you can't castle. Queen h6 comes right away. You don't want to play king f8, it's just not a pretty looking move. And you don't want to play bishop f8 as well. So what black can do there?
Yeah, I think as soon as this knight lands on e4, black has to capture. Because if black plays move like king f8, white always has knight at d6, which looks crushing because you hit the rook on c8. Also the pawn on b5, also queen f4 is coming in, putting pressure on pawn on f7. And if you take on d6, white is going to take and look at this bishop. It was blocked by its own pawn, but now it's coming into the game with devastating effect. Also, black cannot even take this pawn on d6 because it will always leave the knight on a5 hanging. So, yeah, I think if white goes knight e4, black just has to take. We're going to recapture. And this looks quite tough for black because this pawn on b5 is under attack. Black has to move c4, which looks tricky, right? Because you hit this. But white can just calmly play the move king to b1. Because this rook on g3, it does a very good attacking job putting pressure on pawn on g7. However, it's also defending on the queen side. Because after takes, the rook is defending the pawn on b3. Also, it's defending the c3 square. That is not an option for black. So then question becomes, okay, what is black going to do, right? I mean, this is under attack. And it feels like black's attack on the queen side is not really crashing through. So it's looking pretty good for Anish. He still has 32 minutes on the clock. Dimitri down to 17 minutes, and he still has he has played 60 moves. He has 24 more moves to make until the time control. So I think it's looking very good for Anish as well.
With so good position, yeah, that you can play that kind of position every day if you have a chance. But look at the other game. Oh no, what is happening here? I feel like white is totally dominating the board, and it's only white who's playing. So they have made a lot of moves. Let's very quickly take a look what happened in that game.
Yeah, so let's have a quick look. So we left off after Richard played the move a4, hitting the bishop on b5. So MVL played bishop d3, trying to put pressure on the center. Richard played d6, check. So MVL moved the king over. d7, hitting the rook on e8. And MVL played rook to b8. Makes sense because now if white can go bishop g5 to support this pawn pushing forward, however, it does not attack the rook, right? So Richard instead played bishop b4, hitting this rook. Now, I guess if MVL goes rook fd8, he wants to go bishop e7. Do the same thing. The rook is actually trapped because this bishop is covering this square. So MVL played bishop to e5, but now Richard took on f8. MVL captured on c7 and bishop to e7. And this just looks crushing because white is threatening checkmate on f6 because this bishop on b3 is covering the g8 square. So I guess MVL has to play king g7, but then maybe white just goes e5, threatening bishop f6 and e6. And if you take that pawn, I mean, good luck playing down a rook, right? I mean, what is MVL going to do here?
It's a worse scenario here if you lose a rook. Like, there's no chance here. White can just play next move with the king, bring the rook into the game, and you have to resign here. Bishop e7 on the board. Bishop f6 is a checkmate. That's so weird. So he plays very quickly king g7 to avoid that checkmate. And here White starts to chase the bishop. He goes e5 right away. He goes e5. He wants to get anyway this pawn closer. He wants to play bishop f6 even to kick this king in the edge of the board, and then to play e6, e7, and those pawns are unstoppable.
Yeah, no, I think MVL is simply in a world of trouble here. I don't see how he can defend, as you pointed out. Like, let's say MVL plays someone like b5, right? Like trying to create some sort of counterplay on the queen side. I guess Richard is just going to give a check over here. And if the king moves back, maybe we just... Although if we go e6, there's still bishop d8, right? And the pawns are sort of blocked.
Benjamin, what White can do here is just to play somewhere like king d2 and rook c1. In that position, e5 pawn helps White not to allow black bishop f4 move, so the rook will be safe there. So maybe here in this position right away, White can try that move.
Yeah, so let's have a look. So maybe king to d2, we also hit the bishop, and the rook swings in. I really like that idea. After black takes on e4, maybe we just throw in rook c1 right away, because I guess White is always going to be faster. Like, let's say black takes, we take here, b2, and we give a check. If black takes, we have a checkmating attack, and if black goes here, we can just take the rook, defend this queenie square, and White wins the game. And actually, as we speak, MVL has played the move b5. So now let's see. I think Richard just needs to figure out a couple more accurate moves, and he should be on his way to win here. But bishop f6 for starters looks very natural. The king has to move back. And then I like the move that you suggest, like king to d2. Perhaps king f2 with the same idea also makes sense.
I wanted to suggest it earlier than e5, and luckily I did not, because it would be a blunder. Then I would suggest right after rook c1, but I do love the e5 move so much. It cuts the bishop from this diagonal. It also threatens e6, e7 in some lines, and you control the whole center. So this is really nice. But how MVL is blitzing out in this very losing position is for me is kind of feeling that he's trying to keep cool. Like, okay, I have this resource, I'm playing fast, I can hold the situation, but I don't think that changed much on the board, and that affects Richard.
Yeah, no, you make a good point there. Yeah, there's, I mean, sometimes players, they deal with different ways when they are in a lost position. Some players try to take a lot of time trying to come with the last defensive resources in the position, but maybe MVL just realizes that he has lost here, and he just needs to play quickly. Maybe it will confuse Richard. It might make him take time, or, it's always annoying, right, when your opponent is blitzing. So maybe that's what he is hoping for. But yeah, it's looking tough. I don't see it for him in the current position. So yeah, I guess bishop f6 looks quite natural for White. The king moves back, but then yeah, the move you suggested, king d2 looks very good. King f2 also for White, bringing in the rook. So it's looking tough for MVL, and maybe, as you said, it's a question whether he is still making moves, but okay, I don't want to say that he's acknowledged defeat, right? But I don't really see how he can save this game.
No, yeah, I know how he feels. You know how he feels. We have been all in this kind of situation when something went wrong. It's just like this: something went wrong, and he has to deal with this. And there's still the game going on. There are two bishops, so he can try, and it's not only him, right? You sometimes count on your opponent as well. So shall we leave this position for a while and get bird's eye view now for a minute, as we do have some sort of changes here. So it seems like c4 was played, and we do have now a different pawn structure, and the knight on a5 is right now under attack.
Yeah, so we left off after Anish played the move rook to g3, after which Andrekin played c4, trying to break open the queen side. But Anish here handled the situation very, very well. He took with the d pawn, and after Dmitry recaptured, he played the move b4. So with capturing by the d pawn, he's keeping his queen side fairly close. Also, this rook on g3 once again comes into defense. c3 is not an option. White just takes, and white just pretty much wins the game on the spot. So I don't see what Andrekin can do in the current position. Maybe he has to go knight to c6. But then, I mean, what has he really achieved over the last couple of moves, right? Like, white's queen side is still perfectly safe. Perhaps we can go knight e4, hit this pawn over here. Knight d6 is jumping in. This pawn on c4 is always super weak. So, I don't know. It's looking really tough for Andrekin. We see also the evil bar giving white a big advantage. So, also with only 30 minutes on the clock, I think Anish might just win this game here.
Mm-hmm. And we do have a move, Benjamin, as you can see. h6 has been played here by Andrekin to attack the knight, and that's quite a tricky move. In fact, like Black would take this with a bishop, and then it's gonna get really, really tricky. So, for instance, if white takes the knight on a5, Black can take the bishop, g5, hit the queen and the king, and after f4, white can save the queen. But is that their c3 move quite dangerous, or bishop goes somewhere to threaten c3?
Yeah, I guess we should just drop back and then threaten c3 on the next move. So we can take with the bishop. Perhaps we can also take with the pawn, because after bishop takes f4, our bishop is under attack, and we have to make another move with it. And I think with the pawn, we also hit this. But here, Black gets what he wants, right? Because now white's queen side is shattered. So Anish should not go for that. I think after the move h6, it's a bit tricky, right? He should not go to f3, because that allows c3 from Black, because now the rook is blocked. So you don't want to do that. Knight e4 is not an option, because the bishop just captures it. The pawn on d3 is gone. So perhaps he should go to h3. Not the most ideal square for the knight, but Black is still in trouble. Like, this knight is under attack.
Mm-hmm.
The only square it has is to go to c6, but perhaps white can just take over here, or just bring in pieces in another way. But this feels quite problematic for Andrekin.
It does now. G7 pawn is hanging, c4 pawn is hanging. These two possibilities for white, and if you don't want to go any of this, you can always play f4, keep all the tension on the board, guard your e5 pawn, and then you can try to bring the knight on f2, e4, and still try to get on d6. And so far, not much changed on the board. Black is still struggling, right? But Benjamin, I was really wondering if white could consider to do some sacrifices here, like knight f7. Is there a way that white can make it work?
Yeah, knight f7 is definitely an option. Black is forced to take, and now maybe white can take the knight. However, here once again, Black here white wins a pawn, but white's queen side is shattered, and the king becomes exposed. So maybe Black just defends this pawn on d7 with a move like bishop d5. And I think practically this is much better than what Black had before. I mean, once again, white's king is now also kind of exposed. Maybe we can try to attack along the b file, maybe just rook f8, and then the king can move back to g8 eventually and sit relatively safe. So it's definitely an option, but I would think it's better to go knight h3, because once again, Black has this big problem with this knight on a5, which seems really difficult to solve.
Right. Yeah, a very interesting night still is hanging, but we do have some updates in the other game. So let's very quickly take a bird's eye view and check out what happened in this position. So after bishop f6 check, which we were considering to be a good option for white to play, has been played. King went back on f8 and white pushed e6 and allowed black to play bishop to d8. However, now there's bishop e5 move on the board, and he's trying to get this bishop on d6 and then to push probably 7.
Indeed, yeah. So bishop e5 was played, hitting the rook. I guess black has to play rook b6 to stop bishop d6. That has also just been played. So maybe what Richard wants to do here is take on d4, hit the rook, and also threaten bishop to c5. So I guess MVL needs to play something like rook to c6. However, I mean, let's say we take on. Wait, can we take here? Hit the rook. Black gives a check, but we go king up. Black takes, and we can take the bishop, but I mean, check and e7. There's got to be crushing here. So I think after pawn takes b5, black is forced to recapture, but then we keep our pawns alive, and white should be winning here right after someone like king f2 or king e2.
Yes. Can I suggest one strange line? In this position, like when after check and king rook h1, can instead of take on d3, that was a long ago. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and here rook c6 was played in the game. So after rook c6, we were considering a takes b5, rook c1, king d2, and rook h1. And is there possible to give a check, bishop c5, and then push e7? Or if you play bishop e7, then d8 queen wins the game?
Wait, so after pawn takes b5, what move were you considering?
Rook c1.
Yeah, I guess if rook c1, white just goes king up, and I mean, black takes the rook here, but I think bishop c5 and
yeah,
e7
bishop c5, yeah,
is probably just crushing for white. So I guess black needs to recapture on b5. It seems to be the only move. White has these two pawns here, but they're not that easy to push through. So we'll see how Richard
Oh my God, Benjamin, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but something crazy happened. Anish sacrificed the knight. Let's very quickly take the bird's eye view. So knight f7 has been happened. And Andrekin pre-moved king f7. He just took right away. What is happening in this game?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that he went for knight takes f7. We looked at this position and we thought that after knight h3, black is in a lot of trouble. I don't know if there was maybe a tricky variation that we missed, but I can't tell right off what that could be. I mean, let's say someone like knight b3 is not really an option because we can always take and rook to c3. So I wonder what exactly Anish did not like, but yeah, as it stands, he has sacrificed on f7 and Drake can recapture. So he can take on a5, but Anish also has an additional option. He could also take on d7. But his knight is still under attack. And if you go knight at c6, I guess after rook f3 check, you're just getting checkmated because the king has to move back. And then you take here, and this has got to be checkmate one way or another. So let's see what Andrekin should do here in the current position. I mean, if you take, then we take. Now, once again, you don't want to move the knight because you hang your bishop. So I guess this is what probably what Anish is going. No, but he's gone pawn takes a5. This is
what is happening here? It's this very interesting. Well, it exposed the king on f7 for sure, but I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Andrekin should be really, really happy right now. I loved queen d7 and this kind of ideas to keep all the tension on the board and the hanging pawn pieces. But b takes a5.
Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, so we discussed the move bishop d5, and I think in this position it's really anyone's game. White's up a pawn. White's up a pawn, right? I mean, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. White's up a pawn. However, it's not the prettiest pawn in the world, right? These double pawns on the A file. And Black's king is not too unsafe. And White's king can definitely feel the heat here if Black doubles up on the B file. So I don't like this decision at all. Bishop d5 has just been played by Dimitri and Draken. And I mean, I don't know, did Anish just throw away a big advantage here?
I suppose he did, though, by knight f7, even though it looks really, really tempting. At the moment when you were calculating the pawns, I just had some memories from the childhood as we were when we were all kids and was just starting to play chess. We were always calculating the pawns and the material, and some of the kids I remembered they were calculating the captured pieces, so it was like few and easier to calculate, which could lead into huge misevaluated position, because basically you cannot really calculate the give evaluation by the captured pieces. So yeah, there was quite a lot of stories, but look at this, he's going now queen f4 check.
Right, so queen f4 check is on the board. So Draken has 2 moves in the current position. Actually he has 3, but bishop f6 not really a move. So he can go king e8 or king g8. Let's have a look at both of them. So I guess if you go king e8, White's going to take here. This doesn't really look great for Black. So I guess he has to go to g8. Maybe Anish here wants to go for queen g4 with the simple threat of checkmate, but Black still has rook to h7. Yeah, this game is really heating up. It's becoming extremely sharp. I feel like at this point it can really go either way. So we're going to leave you hanging on a cliffhanger. We are going to be taking a very short break. Do not go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back with more action from the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. We'll see you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is for the Grand Prix semifinals. I'm Katie. This is Benjamin, and we're having so interesting positions. Let's bring the bird's eye view. And Benjamin, you decide which game should we take a look at the beginning, and which one will be the second.
So perhaps we can check in again in the game between Richard Laporte and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So let's have a look, because we haven't looked at this one in a couple moves. So we left off after Black played the move Rook to C6. So White played Pawn takes B5, the move that we expected. Bishop takes B5 by MVL and King F2. Now MVL goes King E7. So it feels like White should be winning here one way or another, right, due to these pawns on D7 and E6. There's no way Black can ever capture them, I think. But then the question is, how do we promote these pawns? Right, and that is not easy because White, Black is currently blocking them.
I know. G4, G5, Bishop F6.
I was just thinking about the same thing. And maybe G4, and let's say after the trade we go Pawn to G5 and Bishop F6. But actually, as I was saying, that there's no way Black can capture them. That was actually not correct, because Black can actually go Bishop C4, right? Offer the Bishop trade, like let's say White takes, you recapture, you hit the Bishop, and now you lose a pawn on E6. So perhaps like Rook E1 is also an option. Maybe Black can still go Bishop to C4, because after the trade, all Black needs to do is go Rook C6 back and take the pawn. So it will be interesting what Richard will come up with in the meantime. Perhaps Bishop E3 is an option to give it.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but Bishop E3 is an idea to give a check on G5, and if Black avoids that, how about to trade the rooks? Because I believe if we get into the Bishop endgames, that will be just a very short game after that. So what happens after Bishop E3?
Well, so you were saying like if Black avoids, but the question is, how does Black actually avoid Bishop to G5? Because H6 I just take. Maybe King F6, but then I guess I like your suggestion on Rook C1. Although there's also H4, but I guess Rook C1 is also very good, because here once again there is no way Black can ever capture the pawns, and one way or another we should be able to promote them. So it feels like Richard is very close to the win here. Maybe what MVL needs to do, this seems very desperate, but maybe he needs to go Rook takes E6 and go into this endgame, even though it feels like let's say White just takes and takes here. It feels like White should be winning here, although I guess it's not too easy with both the bishops on the board.
The thing is that there is these bishops, right? The bishop versus rook, that's quite a tricky position, and Black can try to hold, but now we have dark square bishops too. So there might be some sort of pins or some checks, weird checks. I think White has here maybe more chances to win, but I kind of also feel that White should keep the pawns on the board at any cost, rather than to go to, for instance, in this end game and to win here.
Yeah, you make a good point. It feels like we're cashing in too early or too cheaply here. I guess after Rook takes C6, White should have a better continuation, maybe something along the lines of Bishop G5 check. And if Black takes, now we have Rook D1, but the easiest is probably just to take here and take on D8, and we're up a Rook, so White wins the game. So I guess there's always possibilities like this. So then the question becomes, okay, how does Black ever stop this? Because I think H6, can we just take here and go Bishop G5 on the next move? That it feels like that should be winning for White. Bishop B6 is a move, but after, I mean, White can trade or go Rook D1 right away. It feels like White should just be winning, because this bishop was doing good job of blocking these pawns. So I don't know, it's looking extremely tough for MVL. Richard must realize that there's probably something in the position. But as we speak, do you maybe want to have a look again at the game between Anish Giri and Dimitri Andreikin? Because that one seems to be really heating up, and I feel like that one can really go either way.
Absolutely. Let's get to the other game, where Anish Giri just decided to trade the knight on f7 to expose the king and the king side, and then to give up the knight on, to take the knight on a4. We do have some sort of like double-edged position here. Black has this weak king on the king side, but Black also has some sort of like game play on the queen side too. Benjamin, here you mentioned about bishop f6 earlier. It's not a good move here, but however, this bishop is badly pinned there, but it cannot be captured. It takes f6 is impossible as queen on f4 is hanging. So we don't do that, but there is a lovely tactic. After bishop f6, white can sacrifice rook g7. And here when king takes it on g7, now you can take queen f6, king goes on g8. If king goes on h7, there's a checkmate in one move, and I hope everyone sees it in like two ways, queen g6 or queen f7. If queen goes on g8, now very important point is that rook gets on the fourth rank. After rook d4, Black actually has to resign.
Indeed, yeah, that's a very nice variation. After rook d4, Black is simply getting checkmated. So that's why Dmitry played king to g8. I mean, if you go king e8, you will have to give up this pawn. And here Anish comes up with a move that I did not see coming at all. I thought after king g8, white should play queen to g4, threatening checkmate, because the only way I see to defend against a checkmate is to go rook to h7. However, this looks quite clumsy for Black. But Anish goes for rook takes d5.
Ooh.
So, oh, this is the point. If you take that rook, guess what? Rook takes g7, double rook sacrifice. And if you take e6, check. And if you block, queen f7, checkmate. That is amazing. But
wow,
Black does not.
Brilliant idea, Benjamin. Rook d5 and rook g7 then.
What an idea by Anish Giri. But you do not have to take this rook. Instead of that, Andrekin played bishop to g5, hitting the queen. Okay, so the only way white can save the queen is by giving up this rook over here. So Anish took, Dmitry took, and now Anish played queen to d4. So I guess his idea is that if Black takes, maybe he wants to go e6 or something. I'm wondering if c3 might be a move, but white probably gets a lot of. I guess we just take. Black takes. I guess we take, and we take here, and white should be in good shape, because if you take here, I guess we have a check on bishop d3. Right, check, the king has to go here, bishop d3, and if you take, I take here. I mean, these are all long variations. So, but c3 does not seem to be good. The question is, what does Anish want to do if Andrekin just takes this rook on d5? Because if you go e6, maybe now c3 just wins the game on the spot, because you shut down this bishop, you threaten checkmate, pretty much, and Black is up too much material.
About to take the pawn on d5, give a check. If king goes on f8, then you can try to bring the bishop c3, bishop b4 to give another check. However, it's not a checkmate, and Black has this additional square on e8, and this can change a lot of lines. Like Black can play queen c6, try to cover it on the sixth rank. So yeah, I don't believe that he's counting on this position, because two rooks are missing. Two rooks are simply missing. There's not a checkmate. It is just a bad position for white.
I think so too. Yeah, I'm not seeing it here for Anish. So yeah, let's quickly go back. So we have this position on the board after queen takes d4. So let's have a look. It seems like Black has to take this rook on d5. White has to take, right? And as you mentioned, white is down 2 exchanges. He has the 2 bishops, but then I guess king f8 is the right move. If we go to h7, white has at the very least a perpetual. Maybe he also has some other options. So I guess Black has to go here. And then, yeah, I think the main problem for white is I don't see how this bishop on f1 is getting into the game. Like this pawn on c4 is always blocking it. So bishop c3, queen c6, I'm not seeing it. And as we speak, Andrekin has captured on d5.
Oh, that's very interesting, and I'm sure Androkin is the happiest person right now in the playing venue out of the 4 players. He should be the one, because this is a chance for him for sure, and he has only 8 minutes, but very promising position. You know, Benjamin, very often in the interviews, grandmasters are saying who are making these amazing sacrifices, and you're like, wow, you calculated all of this and you're so impressed. They are just saying that they saw somewhere in the line there was a possibility to make a draw with a check, like at least they had a draw, and they just go and sacrifice with that direction, and then they can see how the thing's gonna go. So I kind of have a feeling when Anish decided to sacrifice and it was looking so pretty, then he came up with another sacrifice. It's also so beautiful. He just maybe saw this kind of repetition, and he was like, okay, let's give a try, let's just test it. But I don't really see repetition after King F8, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Yeah, I guess Andrekin just has to go King F8. It feels like he should be surviving with the king over there. King H, he might go King H7, thinking that White has nothing better than Queen to E4, but perhaps White has something tricky like Pawn to E6, and now the Queen is coming in here. I guess this is something you'd want to, I mean, you do have Queen F4, but this is probably something you want to avoid. And also, I mean, if you just don't see how White is checkmating you, why wouldn't you just go King F8 and avoid any sorts of repetitions, right?
The other game has been ended, Benjamin, and in the line, as we have shown to our viewers, seems like there was a trade of the dark square bishops, and then Rook D1 was played by Report, and Black resigned. Let's take a look how this happened.
Indeed, let's have a look at how Richard Report finished this game off. So he played Bishop to E3 with the idea of going Bishop G5. That's why MVL played Bishop to B6 and now Rook to D1. A very good move. He's threatening the trade and then go D8 Queen. So MVL took, King takes, and after Rook C3, Richard played King F4. And MVL just decided to resign. D8 Queen is a threat. The only way Black can stop that is by going Rook to D3. I guess if you go Bishop D3, White might have the very pretty Bishop C2, because if you take with the Bishop, you Queen. And if you take with the Rook, we take the Bishop, and now you cannot stop White from queening. So the only move Black has is to go Rook D3, but I guess here White can just trade. Black takes, and maybe, to be honest, I'm slightly surprised he already resigned, but I guess White just goes something like Bishop A4. This pawn is never going anywhere, and the way the win here for White is quite instructive.
King D5, D8, King D67, Benjamin.
Indeed, yeah. We sacrifice this D pawn. Black is forced to take, but now we can come up with our king. This bishop is controlling the queening square, and there's simply nothing Black can do about E7, E8, Queen. I mean, if Black gives up the bishop, this is completely lost, because White is simply going to collect the entire king side. So very nice win for Richard Report with the white piece. A draw will be enough tomorrow for him to qualify to the finals. And what to think of his chances of qualifying to the candidate tournament? He made it into the semifinals in the first leg of the FIDE Grand Prix, and now he's very close into making it to the finals in this one.
Yeah, after that, so if he scores tomorrow at least a half a point, he will guarantee himself 10 points, which will make him to have, in the end of the both legs, 17 points, and he will have a very good chance to qualify, to get at least one seat at the candidates tournament. So here we have the knockout at the leg 2, and Report is the first who gets tomorrow's game in a better condition, and still one game is in progress.
Indeed, yeah. So let's have a look at that one. The game between Anish Giri and Dmitry Andrekin is still in full progress. So King F8 has
Benjamin,
just... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, earlier I saw that our chat was worried. For us, they had some concerns like that we will be struggling to choose the game for our rapid recap, which game is good, because both games are so extremely interesting. Like, you might think it's going to be a long day, long boring draws, but no, it didn't happen this way, and we are really gonna struggle in the end of the day to find the best game of a day, because at this point also the game between Anish Giri and Dimitri Andrekin is extremely interesting, starting from the move 3, as Anish decided to go to the other sidelines in Sicilian defense.
Indeed, yeah, we're really spoiled for choice here. I mean, this game between Anish Giri and Dimitri Andrekin is also super interesting. And yeah, I would say right now it's looking tough for Anish. He needs to come up with something quickly. I think he needs to bring this bishop into the game as we suggested. Like, let's say you go bishop e2, right? Then black goes c3, shuts down this bishop. This bishop is forced to go back to a1. Look at this bishop. It's just super, super sag. And black should be winning here slowly but surely. So I think he needs to bring it into the game. I like putting the bishop here on b4 because it's nicely cemented on that square. Also, it's controlling a lot of dark squares in the black position. But I don't really see a checkmating attack for white. And then we discussed the move queen c6. And black is up to exchanges. I mean, this black is offering the queen trade. I guess you would have to go somewhere like queen d1 because you don't want to allow black to take here. I mean, it's an important pawn because it also brings the rook into the game. But I don't know. I'm not seeing it here for Anish. I feel like he does not have sufficient compensation. However, the position is extremely complicated.
That's right. Do you think at this point Anish might be a little bit disappointed by his choice that he made by sacrificing, by trading the knight for the other knight, while he could still keep all the pressure on the board and really low time for Andrekin on the clock, and just to keep the things going the way it was from the beginning.
Indeed, yeah, that seemed to be quite a serious mistake to in this position to sacrifice on f7. We thought that after knight h3, Dimitri Andrekin was just in a world of trouble because it's not easy at all to deal with this knight on the attack. But I think here's where really the game started to shift. And now, yeah, Anish, I think he played a bit too aggressively almost. Maybe he missed bishop g5 from afar. The black is his intermezzo. But yeah, as it currently stands, it feels like if anyone is better, it's probably black. So Anish needs to be extremely careful here because we mentioned this before. Losing with the black pieces is not good because you'll have to come back, but losing with the white pieces is quite a disaster because then your opponent is just going to be super solid with white. He'll try to trade off everything, and good luck creating any chances.
Yeah, Benjamin, you knew Anish Giri quite well, as you are almost in the same age, and you have been placed together a lot of national tournaments, and also probably traveling for the same tournament. So you probably know him better. So can you tell us some sort of like signs maybe he gives when he blunders something or something goes the other way, or he's very solid and he usually keeps the poker face and just keeps it cool?
Usually he isn't very expressive when he blunders himself, like he keeps a poker face. But when his opponent blunders, he will definitely express that. Like he'll make a weird face, like. And also, I don't know if you saw this game that he played against Rasmus Svane at the World Rapid Championship, where he was down 2 pawns in a queen game, but then Rasmus blundered mate in 2, and all of a sudden Anish won that game. He also made some facial expression. So I wouldn't say he usually doesn't really give it away when he is in a bad position, but maybe I guess you can tell because when he's in a good position, he looks very comfortable, and then he does not look as comfortable, right? If that makes sense. Like he doesn't look uncomfortable, but when the position is good, he looks really comfortable, right? And then, does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
So now we really need to see how he looks right now, because obviously he doesn't really feel comfortable right now. Another sign that Anish Giri usually has while he's thinking, he usually has a piece in his hands, and he's trying to roll it during the game. And it can be also some sort of signs, like maybe we can study it better, like all the chess players, what body signs they have during the critical situations, during the winning situations. I wonder if he's holding this piece and just rolling while he's struggling, or he has comfortable position. That's also very interesting topic, but I know that he does love it. And yeah, it's I think he's the only player is known for this
So he's known for what trade or what action exactly?
He very often takes the piece in his hands and thinks in this way, and he's spinning the piece at the same time. And you see this kind of situation to many players, but Anish does this very often.
Yeah, Anish does it quite often. I think players like Hikaru or Shakriar, I think I've seen them do it also quite a lot. I'm, to be honest, also very much guilty of I always want to have like a pawn in my hand. So I'm always super annoyed when I play a game in which I have not captured a piece yet, right? After, let's say, 10 or 20 moves, like, what am I going to do, right? So sometimes when I'm sitting next to a friend, I take one of the pawns that they capture, so at least I have something to play with. Because, like, yeah, it's, I don't know, it's like almost some sort of how do you call it? It's
it's sort of like character, or just
yeah, character. It's like I don't know, it's like I can't
I know what you mean, but maybe it's
quite
chat
find
who
the word,
can
but,
help us
yeah.
out now with the find the word. Not how to
but yeah, there's a lot of chess players who love playing, with a pawn.
Ritual, behave.
Ritual, yeah, it's a compulsion, yeah. Which is, right, but yeah, let's see how Anish will deal with this position. Actually, both players are getting extremely low on the clock because they've only played 26 moves, and Draken has 5.5 minutes on the clock. Anish getting down to 7.5, and or a tick. Let's call it a tick. Yeah, that sounds better. And still many more moves to be made.
Benjamin, before we go back to our serious phase of the day, chat suggests to bring you a spinner when you're playing chess tournament, so you don't really need to find a way to trade the first piece.
No, I think I'll just stick to pawns. It's actually quite funny. There are also chess players, when they've not taken one of their opponent's pieces yet, what they sometimes do is they take one of the queens that is sitting next to the board, right? Because just for all the viewers, if you're playing a game, you have one queen on the board, right? But both sides have one. The question is like, okay, what do you do when one of your pawns promote, right? But usually there's an extra set of queens next to the board, and there are some players who grab that queen to play with. However, the queen is kind of a big piece, so it's not really what I want to do. Like, yeah, pawns are generally the way to go, and usually you also trade pawns early on, right?
True. Yes, it's very good. New tradition now. We have latest years to have second extra queen next to the board, and you don't really need to struggle to find where's the queen when you need to promote or get from the next board, or to flip the rook upside down. That was very, very common stuff when I was a kid. Or when you had one queen and you wanted the other queen, you were just flipping the rook upside down and pointing that on the board. If you do something like this, never do something like this. It can be illegal move, and you can lose your games for this kind of behavior. So for this reason, we actually have extra queens on the side of the board. And Benjamin, while we're talking about these topics, we have here bishop d4 played by Anish. Instead of bishop c3, he went for bishop d4. There must be some sort of nuance between these two moves. What do you think, why he decided to bring it up to d4 instead of c3?
I'm a little bit surprised by the move bishop to d4. Just to come back to the topic real quick, I think actually if you promote and put a rook upside down, I don't think it's an illegal move. But what your opponent can just do is like take the rook and be like, just turn it like upside down again and be like, okay, congrats, you got yourself a rook. Good luck with that. But back to the game. I think after the move bishop d4, here I would honestly be really tempted with black to go queen to c6 because it forces the queen trade, right? The queen cannot go anywhere. Whereas in the position after bishop c3, queen c6, the queen can still draw back, let's say the d1. So, I mean, especially with little time on the clock. So let's have a look. Let's say black does go queen to c6. White can take, I guess we take with the rook. White can take this pawn over here, but then black takes this pawn on h5. And I mean, with this rook coming into the game, how many pawns does white have? White has one pawn for two exchanges. Black's pawns are kind of weak though, and there's also the passed a pawn, but I don't think it's enough yet.
No, that can't be enough, Benjamin. Okay, white has this sort of ideas to play bishop b6. Actually, we have some trades. Okay, we're gonna go in there after bishop d4. Queen was played on c6. Queen was straight there, and rook took it, and now white played bishop to e2. He tried to guard h5 pawn. This is a very good idea actually, because rook will be for a bit stuck there on h8 and gonna take some time to develop, and white kept really important pawn. And on the move 29, this is move 20 now, he finally developed the light square bishop, which is on the other hand very good idea. You can bring this bishop on f3 and try to get a 7 pawn. And Benjamin, if white gets a 7 pawn, then can be really, really tricky, because you can with 2 bishops and the a pass pawn, you can get at least 1 rook out of 2.
Yeah, no, for sure. So I think black needs to defend this pawn somehow. He could perhaps play a6, but I don't know if that's the right way to go, because white can go something like bishop f3, and if you go rook c7, then bishop e6 is annoying. So perhaps what black should do after bishop e2 is play the move rook to c7, because now there's no bishop e6 that you have to worry about, and white can bring up the king though. And the nice thing for white is that everything in this position is kind of defended, right? This bishop here defends the pawn on h5. It's also keeping a pawn. It's also keeping an eye on the pawn on c4. This bishop over here defends this, keeping an eye over here. So it's really difficult for black to win this position, I would think. But still, 2 exchanges is quite a lot of material, especially if those rooks one way or another get activated. And a6 has just been played by Andrakin. So let's see how Anish will continue here. Maybe bishop f3 or bring the king up, but it's going to be a tough defense for Anish.
It's going to be very tough for sure. 11 more minutes before the time increment, and there was huge difference on the clock. And look at this, Andrakin has a bit more than 3 minutes on the clock, and Anish catched him up. He has about 7 minutes, and quite tense situation for white. And obviously he could choose the other direction. However, we are here. And do you think now white can straightforward go and attack the rook on c6 with bishop f3?
Yeah, you go for bishop to f3. Maybe what black should do here, I was just thinking, is in the current position, everything is defended in the white position, right? So perhaps what black should consider is, let's say we play someone like king to e7, and then we follow up with a move like rook to h6 and give up in exchange to get back at least 1 pawn. And then also our rook comes into the game. And even though white then maybe can go after the pawn on c4, black is controlling all of the light squares. And at least he's making progress, right? Because otherwise, if you just sit around here, I don't really see what he could do to improve the position. So perhaps that's the way to go for Andrakin, to give back 1 exchange. And as we speak, he has just played the move king e7. So it's looking quite tough for Anish whether he can hold this position. And yeah, losing with white is quite a disaster.
It is. I like this idea to give up a rook for a bishop and the pawn on the side, and then try to activate your king on the light squares and try to get more pawns. Also, there is some sort of moves like g4 to be played here for white, maybe to free your bishop to go other side of the board, like on the queen side. But if you want to do that, it's better to do after bishop f3, because if you do it right now, g4, then black's second rook will get on the f file and gonna avoid this bishop f3, gonna threat bishop rook f4, and yeah, black can get really, really active. However, Anish here says like, okay, whatever, I'm gonna play my king on c3. I'm gonna activate this king. Very likely he wants to get this bishop somewhere else, like bishop e3 or bishop e6 and king d4. So he wants to activate the king to guard the e5 pawn, and then to take c4 pawn.
Right, so I'm curious to see what Andrejkin will do here. And he's trying to put pressure on his pawn on c4. Bishop f3 is still in the position. I guess he needs to activate this rook one way or another, right? So maybe rook f8, bring it into the game that way. He could maybe also go here, but perhaps this gives white the time to go bishop f3, hitting the rook. And if you go rook c7, then once again, there's bishop b6, which is extremely annoying. So let's see what he will do. Also, it's important to point out that let's say black goes rook b1, right, and tries to go after the pawns on the king side. It's not that easy because white can always just take, and his bishop on d4 guards the pawn on f2. You might have to give up this pawn on h5, but let's say black does something like this. You just go some g3, and everything is defended in the white position. In the meantime, this king comes up and collects these pawns over here. So let's see what Andrejkin will do here. I guess he needs to bring in this rook one way or another.
Yeah, it's a good point. To 1 minute and 30 seconds he goes with rook b8. He wants to access the first rank with rook b1 and try to annoy white's pawns, as there will be very good targets for the rook here. Anish might think to stop this rook coming forward, can play bishop b6. Do you think bishop b6 will be captured by rook b6?
It's a good question, yeah. Let's see, bishop b6. I guess taking on b6 is probably a good idea, just to take twice. Now the rook can easily enter. And also we discussed how important this dark square bishop was, right? Like it defends so many points in the white position. Mm-hmm. So I think it's probably a good idea to give up the exchange there for the bishop. And that's probably black's winning plan sooner or later. So let's see what Anish will do. He's really being put to the test here. I think bishop f3 is probably the way to go. Taking on c4 is not at all an option, because after rook bc8, you lose the bishop and you resign the game. So let's see. I mean, he could go bishop f3, put the rook under attack. I guess the rook has to go back here or move along the sixth. I would go here, I guess, to defend. Although now there's the bishop e6, now maybe king e6 and go after this pawn. That's what I expect.
But there's king d4 and bishop g4 very soon, and your king will be going back. That can be possible.
Sorry,
bishop f3, rook c8, bishop b6, king b6, king d4, and the idea is you want to play bishop g4 next move to kick the king back. However, you can play king f5 and avoid that. Try then push g4 by yourself.
Right. However, if you go king f5, now all of a sudden this king comes up the board, and here the position is really not without risk. If the king comes to d6, you can easily lose this pawn, and then this e-pawn starts pushing up the board. So, I mean, probably the most Anish can hope for is a draw. However, since we're entering a time scramble, it's not impossible to think that this one could flip around, but I think strange things would have to happen for that.
It happened. So tricky situation on the board. 2 rooks versus 2 bishops. So we don't have this kind of positions very often. So guys, try to focus, try to find all possible tracks here for both sides. But white seems to be very, very, very active here with these 2 bishops, as they are very strong. And look at the time. Anish now is about to catch up. Of the time, he has 3 minutes. Andrejkin has 2 minutes, a little bit more. So, and they have to make 8 more moves here at this stage.
Well, I actually need to make 9 more because they're in move 31. But it's looking pretty tough for Anish. I don't really see what he could do in the current position. I guess he has to stop this rook from entering the position. So I guess he has to go a4. So what if black goes? Maybe this is idea. Like if black goes rook to b1, maybe he wants to go bishop f3, hit the rook drops back, and then bishop b6, and then he's threatening bishop b7, hit this rook and the pawn on a6, and that's what we talked about earlier, how the position can suddenly flip around. Their miracles can definitely happen. So let's have a look at what Dimitri will do here. I guess that entering with the rook is probably still the way to go, but it might become a little bit tricky.
That's right. The move a4 is not just a random move. This move controls b5 square. So rook b5 was actually a threat, as a5 pawn and e5 pawn will be hanging on the 5th rank. So a4 was sort of very, very smart move here from white to avoid rook coming on b5. However, rook goes on b1 right now, and this rook can cause some problems on rook h1, rook g1, rook a1. That's the moves this rook can access. And in some lines, Benjamin, if bishop b6 gonna be played, maybe rook e1 even to attack the bishop and the e5 pawn on this file.
Indeed, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, rook b1 has just been played by Dimitri and Draken. Let's see what Anish will do. I guess he has to go bishop f3. Maybe he can consider taking on c4. However, this pin looks pretty nasty and it's difficult to get out of. So maybe black has someone like rook a1, hitting this pawn over here, and still with a lot of tactics. Because actually, if you go king b3, this loses the game on the spot because black has rook takes a4. If you take here and win the bishop, and otherwise you're gonna win one of the bishops regardless. So instead of all that, Anish played bishop f3, hitting the rook on c6. So I guess the rook has to go back to c8. You want to keep guarding this pawn over here. You can also move along the 6th rank to h6 and e6. I think it would be a mistake to give up the rook, because then you know, black's entire queen side looks extremely fragile.
What a game here. And they're blitzing out. At this point, they have to play several more moves as they could play in the blitz game. So, and it's not so easy from none of the side. It's not only white who is right now in struggle, but black is also in struggle and has even less time on the clock. However, I feel like Andrekin is not that bad situation as he used to be before. And at some point, is that says a draw? Oh. They've offered. What happened here, Benjamin? The game ended?
Yeah, they just agreed to a draw. Very sad, yeah. I don't know. I never like.
No, we don't really expect this to happen. However, there is a good thing. Tomorrow will be even more tense game than this one.
Yeah, so tomorrow's game will be quite tense for sure. But yeah, I can't really blame the players. It makes sense for Anish because black has a difficult decision to make here, right? Like, where does he go with the rook, first of all? Like, does he go to c8? Does he go to e6 or h6? So he has to think about that. Then also he needs to think about the position, right? So it's not an easy a decision here for Andrakin. So we can't blame the players, but I feel like the organizers or whoever makes the rules should be blamed in the sense that so they have this 30 move rule. However, I think it should be at least 40 to at least wait for the time control to come around, because now we have these kind of situations where the game is heating up, players are getting low at the clock, and then one of them offers a draw, and now we're being deprived of a lot of action. But yeah, this game ends in a draw. There's still all to play for tomorrow, and if they draw again tomorrow, then we'll have a tiebreak, and then of course we'll also have the game between Richard Rapport and MVL, which Richard managed to win.
Yeah, Benjamin, we cannot really blame here any of these players for make a draw because even Andrekin has now two rooks. It's not that winning. He has just better position because it's more material, but it needs such a careful play and such a clear play, right? And after such a hard game, as he was almost losing, slowly. To offer a draw, I think it's a very good decision and very smart decision from Andrekin. And he can say, like, okay, with black pieces, I survived. And tomorrow I will be with white pieces. And also Anish was very he made this decision and he saw that, okay, I can try to win, but I can also lose. So after all, we do have both games ended. We do have a draw between Anish Giri and Dimitri Andrekin, and Richard Robert won against MVL. And tomorrow, both games will be so interesting and crucial for those players. However, Richard is indeed in the better situation. So I think now it's our time decision to judge these two games and come up with our decision to choose the best game of the day. They both were incredibly interesting, and we're so grateful to have those two games today. But Benjamin, we're going to take a very short break and come back with our final choice, and you guys don't go anywhere because you want to see all of this. So we'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix semifinals. First round games are down, and we are back to bring our decision. And we decided to choose the game of Anish Giri against Dmitry Andreikin to be our rapid recap of a day.
Yeah, so the game started off with Anish playing pawn at e4. So Anish makes his intentions very clear from the start. He wants to play aggressive and try to take the lead in the match. And Andreikin plays the move c5. A bit surprising. We were expecting him to play a bit more solidly with something like e4 and perhaps the Berlin defense. And after knight f3, Andreikin plays e6. And here the main moves are d4 from white. c3 is also moved. But here Andreikin Anish came up with a bit of a surprise.
It was a bit of a surprise to see here, but Anish went against Josephin's preparation and he went for b3, a sideline here in Sicilian where white wants to fianchetto the bishop on b2 and then try to control the center. So there are several options here from black side, but b6 seems to be the one of the main move here, which was rather fast played by Dmitry Andreikin. And after bishop b2, black also developed the bishop on b7, and we had now a knight c3 move. As the pawn on e4 is hanging and white obviously don't want to give up central pawn. The main line here goes with knight c6, and it can go to somewhere else, but in the game knight f6 was played, which right away attacks e4 pawn once again. However, now white has very nice move e5. This move attacks the knight and makes black's piece to move once again, and on the other hand, e5 just gets more space advantage in the center. And after knight e4, let's take a look what happened in the game.
Yeah, so Anish had lots of options here. He could trade on e4 or maybe go bishop d3, bring out another piece and let black trade. But Anish chose to trade on e4. So Dmitry recaptured, and now Anish played queen to e2. White does not blunder the pawn on c2, because if you take, white goes d3 and shuts down black's escape of the bishop, and the bishop on c2 is trapped, and white wins the game. So Dmitry did not do that. Instead of that, he played the bishop to b7. Now Anish came up with a very interesting move. He played the move h4, gaining space on the king side. Dmitry played knight c6 and h5 by Anish, gaining even more space. Now here, we had a very interesting idea for black. Black could also consider going a5 to try to open up the queen side. And if white goes a4, there would have been the move knight at b4, hitting the pawn on c2. And if white castles, perhaps a move like b5. All of this gets very, very wild. Dmitry chose another option. He chose to play knight b4 right away, hitting the pawn on c2. Now white cannot go queenside castles because you hang the pawn on a2, and black is much better. So Anish played the move d3, so to defend with his queen. And here Andreikin played pawn at b5, a3 by Anish, kicking the knight back. The knight went back to c6, and Anish played queen to d2. So with the move queen d2, he's making his intentions very, very clear. Sooner or later, he wants to proceed with the move d4.
That's right, and you might think that this moves queen e2, then queen d2 will lose a lot of tempos here for white, but in fact, very soon you're gonna see the position where black is actually struggling to find the move, a correct move. So what white is doing is just going slowly into the position where it's just very pleasant, and white is also waiting black to make some mistakes. For instance, if black goes with bishop e7, which looks so natural move, this allows white to push h6 pawn being pushed forward, and white is not sacrificing a pawn, white is just trading the pawn. And on the other hand, black will have a bad looking king side. Another idea instead of bishop e7 is to push d4 pawn forward, like d5, to try to maintain the center. However, this is also not so good, as white is happy to open up the bishop on b2 after capturing, and queen takes d6 will be met by castle here. So white's idea obviously is just to castle on the short long side, and then put the pawn on d4 to open up the center, and to attack the black's king, which is on e8. And is struggling to castle on the short side as well as on the long side.
Indeed. So Dmitry decided to play a bit of a waiting game. He played the move rook to c8, and here Anish played a very nice move. He played rook to h3. The rook stands very nicely on h3 because it can always come to g3 to create an attack. But also, as we'll see later, the rook defends really nicely along the third rank. You might be wondering, like, wait, what does the rook need to defend? Right? We'll come into that later. So Dmitry played queen to c7, long castles by Anish, and black played knight to a5. Now here, knight g5, a very nice move by Anish, rerouting this knight. The knight wants to come to e4, perhaps to d6. And if that's really White's idea. So Dmitry played the bishop to e7, putting pressure on the knight, and Anish played rook to g3. So he's defending the knight, but also if the knight now moves out of the way, he's hitting the pawn on g7. And here, the position is not easy for Dmitry. Just to illustrate real quick what we were talking about earlier, if black plays h6, we go knight to e4. The knight wants to come to d6, because if black goes c4, we go knight here, knight to d6 check, and if black takes, we take. The queen is under attack, this bishop opens up, also this knight on a5 is hanging in many variations, and black is in a lot of trouble. And if black takes on e4, then we recapture with the pawn. Now the rook defends nicely along the third rank, because if black goes c4, we can just calmly play the move king b1. The rook protects the pawn on b3, and it also defends against the potential fork with c3. So white is in very good shape. So instead of all that, Dmitry played pawn to c4. Now Anish took, black recaptured, and Anish played b4. He wants to keep the queen side closed. Note that c3 is still covered by the rook. And so here Andrekin came up with an interesting choice. He decided not to move his knight, but instead of that, he played the move h6, attacking White's knight on g5.
Yes, and after attacking the knight on g5, here Anish Giri made a very important decision. He decided to sacrifice this knight for a pawn for a moment to expose the king and get a very important pawn. However, he could play knight h3, a very calm move, just keep all the threats on the board. Now knight on a5 is hanging, bishop on, pawn on g7 is hanging, and there are a lot of threats over here on the board. So after knight c6, when black redraws knight back and attacks the pawn on e5, white can also just go f4, maintain the center, keep all the threats on the board, and black was struggling also on the clock at this point. So Anish could just keep the game going in the direction as he started and having a slightly better position. However, things got really, really exciting after knight takes f7, where black has to take this with the king. And after that, we had here b takes a5, just decided to capture the knight and trade the knights, and had the king on f7, which he gave a check after bishop d5. Next move was queen f4 check, and here Andrekin was pretty much forced to play king to g8. There was one funny line if black would go king f6. Benjamin, would you like to show it to us?
Yeah, if black goes bishop to f6, we cannot take the bishop because that leaves our queen hanging, but white has a very nice rook takes g7 check. Black has to take. Now we go queen takes f6. If you go to h7, white has queen g6, also queen f7 would have been checkmate. And if the king goes back to g8, white goes rook to d4. Black cannot stop the rook from coming to g4, and black is simply getting checkmated. So Dmitry went to g8, and here we expected Anish to play the move queen g4, hitting the pawn on g7, which would be checkmate. So black only has one good way to defend it, which is to play rook to h7 with a very complicated game. But it feels like white should be better because rook on h7 also sits quite passively. But Anish came up with another very interesting move. He came up with a move rook takes d5. Now, we did not see this one coming. What happens if black takes this rook? Well, if you take the rook on d5, now white unleashes rook takes g7. Black is forced to take, and now we go pawn to e6, giving a check with the bishop, and if black blocks, we have queen f7, checkmate. Quite an amazing variation. However, black is not forced to take that rook on d5. Instead of that, Dmitry played the move bishop g5. So he's hitting the queen cannot move because that put the king in check. So here Anish was forced to capture on g5. Dmitry recaptured, And here's probably where Anish made quite a serious mistake.
That's right. He played queen to d4 in this position, and instead of queen d4, he could go for another crazy sacrifice for a moment here. Queen c4. This looks so unrealistic indeed. But the idea here is that after queen takes queen, white can take either with a bishop, and you obviously want to take bishop rather than the rook rather than the bishop, as those two pieces are hanging. Rook can be captured, bishop can be captured. Let's take a look what happens if e takes d5. In this position, bishop comes on d5 with a check. After king goes on the side on h7, now we're going to have bishop d4, two bishops in the center attacking the pawn on a7. Black has a hard time to guard this pawn, and the moment black loses this pawn, white will have a very strong passer on the a file, and white will obviously promote the pawn to the queen. So this is the position he could get. This is very similar to the position which actually they had into the actual game, with a little bit different nuances there, and which was not so good for white. But Anish could go into this line and could have very good chances to fight for a win.
Indeed, yeah, here white has excellent chances. The bishops are very active, and white has 2 pawns for the exchange. However, in the game, Anish played queen to d4. So now black is forced to capture the rook on d5, which is what Dmitry did. Now queen takes d5, putting the king in a check. Going to h7, white first of all can go queen e4, to which the king is forced to go back, and white at least has a repetition. But white also has the move e6, which makes things very tricky, opening up the bishop, and now all sorts of checks come into the position. So Andrekin played king to f8, bring the king a bit more to safety, and it feels like white simply doesn't have enough compensation. If we have a quick look at the position, we see that white has a queen and 2 bishops, and black has a queen and 2 rooks. So black is up 2 exchanges. However, white does have 1 pawn for the exchange, because white has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pawns, and black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. I don't know if I miscounted there. Anyway, bishop d4.
That's okay. The important thing is that even though that white is low on the material, white has very active bishops, and these bishops are controlling, and as the king is now in the between the rooks, these rooks are not connecting, and also it's not easy to find the target for the rooks. So in the game, bishop d4 was played, and we thought it's like, oh, it's just forced this queen trade, because after queen c6, which happened into the game, white had to take this queen. There's no other alternative there. And after rook takes c6, we had bishop e2 move. There is also a possibility to take a7 pawn and try to create a pass pawn. We were talking about this just earlier, that it's really good to have this kind of pass pawn, but this allows black's rook to be activated and to capture the side pawn. Rook h5, rook h1, and there will be some checks. c3 will create some sort of mating net. So this was some sort of counterplay that Andrekin would love to have. And for this reason, to avoid this kind of rook activation, white played bishop to e2 to guard h5 and to hope that this bishop will come on f3, and together the other bishop on d4, they will control a lot of squares.
Indeed, so bishop e2 was played by Anish, and Andrekin played pawn a6. And as you pointed out, it's really difficult for black because all of white's pawns are protected. So Anish played king to d2. Black brought his king up with king e7. Anish played king to c3. And here Andrekin played rook to b8. This is what you want to do with the rooks. You want to put them on open files and try to have them entering the position. So Anish played the move a4, and Andrekin played rook to b1. And so here Anish played bishop f3. And the game was really heating up here. But Caddy, what happened at this exact moment?
Something unbelievable happened. We could not expect here. We would expect here white winning, we could expect black winning, but the game got frozen and we had no moves coming, and it said that they agreed on a draw after this move. So there was a draw offer and both players decided that this is just too sharp to risk, not worthy to risk, as they have to play tomorrow another game. They both keep the similar chances to qualify to the finals, and this is very important for both players, as this is the first leg they're playing, and they clearly both want to be one of two players at the candidates tournament 2022. So quite makes sense here. Black has advantage, but due to this activity of the bishops and the king, it's not very easy to find the clear way how to win. And white has the same situation. It's just a very good looking position, but it's not winning. So draw was agreed in here, and all the actions gonna go tomorrow into the other game where they will reverse the colors, and Andrekin will go with white pieces and Anish Giri with black pieces, and we're gonna know the finalist either tomorrow or either in the playoffs. But we hope you enjoyed this crazy game, and this was obviously the best game of a day, and it was your rapid recap at the Grand Prix 2022.
Right, so that was our rapid recap, and let's have a very quick look at the knockout bracket. So if we see that Dmitry Andrekin and Anish Giri drew the game in the semifinal, both of them have half a point, but Richard Rapport takes a lead against MVL. He basically crushed him with the white pieces out of the opening. He got a big advantage and never gave MVL a chance. So will Richard Rapport advance to the finals? I mean, that will give him great chance of qualifying to the candidates tournament. We know that he managed to make it to the semifinals in the first leg of the Grand Prix, so he needs another good result here. I think if he wins this one, he has very good chances, but it will still all remains to be seen. And yeah, that match between Anish Giri and Dmitry Andrekin. Dmitry will have white tomorrow in the second game, and if it comes down to a tiebreak, I think Anish should still be a slight favorite, but not by a big margin, I believe.
Yes, that's right. So it was the Grand Prix semi-finals first round, and we hope that you enjoyed. We truly enjoyed this match. A very short, fast shout out right now. Very soon, in a few minutes, we do have Bullets Chess Championship starting. So I am sure you will switch all the attention to that crazy event, which is gonna start in few seconds, and myself and probably Benjamin will also turn into. So thank you so much, Benjamin, for 2 days work. It was really awesome day for us, as the games was really crazy. And we are coming back tomorrow at the same place at the same time for the final day of the semi-finals, and cannot wait until knowing 2 finalists at the Grand Prix. So bye for now and see you tomorrow.